Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Almighty God, we ask you to guide us in all of our discussions, to show goodness, honesty, understanding and wisdom in all that we undertake for the benefit of the city of Joondalup and our residents. May we respect each other's views at all times, and we ask all of this in your name. Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Nala Kadich, Wajak Murit, Kain Kata Kanija Buja, we acknowledge Noongar people as the original custodians of this land, and I declare this council meeting open at 6:30 p.m. In accordance with the recordings and live streaming of council meetings council policy, this meeting will be video recorded and live streamed on the city's website, with the exception of confidential items and periods of adjournment as determined by the presiding member. Cameras have been positioned in such a way as to avoid members of the public. However, by being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image may be live streamed to the public. Recordings will also be made available on the city's website following the meeting. The official record of the meeting will be the written minutes kept in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and any relevant regulations. Next item of business is declarations of interest. I have a number, so please bear with me. First being from Councillor John Chester for item 12.2, proposed removal of a mature tuart tree and replacement with an alternative tree at 3A Malanda Boulevard, Kingsley. This is an interest that may affect impartiality, as many of the residents of Corinthian Court are known to Councillor Chester. Further declaration from Councillor Chester for item 13.1.6, proposed animal local law. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as Councillor Chester is engaged with the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attraction staff to have some of the Yellowgonga Regional Park included in the city's cat prohibited areas. Further declaration from Councillor John Raftis for item 13.1.2, draft new residential development local planning policy. This is an interest that may affect impartiality, as Councillor Raftis owns and resides in a property within a housing opportunity area 4. A declaration from Councillor O'Neill for item 12.2, proposed removal of a mature tuart tree and replacement with an alternative tree at 3A Malanda Boulevard in Kingsley. This is an interest that may affect impartiality, as Councillor O'Neill assisted with the petition to remove the tree. Further declaration from Councillor Hamilton Prime for item 13.1.5, proposed revision to alfresco activities. This is, I think, interests that may affect impartiality, that the hospitality operators within the city are known to Councillor Hamilton Prime. Further declaration from Councillor Hutton for item 13.1.5, also proposed revisions to the alfresco activities local planning policy and draft alfresco space guidelines. This is a proximity interest, as Councillor Hutton's family operates a business affected by the policy. A declaration from myself for item 12.11, list of payments made during the month of March 2025. This is an interest that may affect impartiality, as I work for Thompson Gear and do not work on City of Joondalup matters there. I do have a further declaration on item 12.5, confidential status of legal action report. It's a financial interest, as again I work for Thompson Gear but do not work on City of Joondalup matters there. Further declaration of interest for item 13.1.3, also for me. This is the proposed amendment to Local Planning Scheme 3 on 15 Delage Street, Joondalup. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as representatives of the applicant and owner met with me prior to submitting the application. Further declaration from myself for item 12.17, tender for Prince Regent Park new club facilities and existing toilet refurbishment. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as my brother provides electrical contracting services to Hickey Constructions. Declaration from the Deputy Mayor for two items, item 13.2.4, status update for Project Axiom, and 13.3.1, confidential review into Project Axiom. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as the Deputy Mayor has previously attended a cricket test match event as an invitee of HCL Australia Services, and where Project Axiom was not discussed at this event. Further declaration from Councillor Hamilton Prime for item 13.1.1, proposed local development planning policy, 45 Country Drive, Joondalup. That Councillor Hamilton Prime has met with impacted residents and some are known to her. Also a declaration from Councillor Hamilton Prime for item 13.1.3, proposed amendment to LPS 3 at 15 Delage Street, that Councillor Hamilton Prime's husband has 2 storage units at a nearby storage facility, also an interest that may affect impartiality. And further declaration from Councillor Hamilton Prime, similar to Deputy Mayor's, also for item 13.2.4, confidential status update, Project Axiom, and 13.3.1, also Project Axiom. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as Councillor Hamilton Prime knows employees of HCL Services Australia and has attended HCL events in the past. A declaration from Councillor Vinchulo for item 13.1.3. Connolly, it's an interest that may affect impartiality as some residents are known to Councillor Vinchulo. Declaration from Councillor Kingston for item 13.2.3, Neil Hawkins Park Redevelopment Project Update. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as Councillor Kingston is the Secretary of the Friends of Yarragonga, which has an interest in the regional park. And a further declaration from Councillor Kingston for 13.1.6, proposed animal local law. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as Councillor Kingston is the Secretary of the Friends of Yarragonga, which has made a submission. Are there any further declarations, councillors? Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. I have one for item 13.1.1, which is the local development plan in Connolly. It's an interest that may affect impartiality because I attended the public meeting hosted by the Connolly Residents Association and the developer, and the meeting was a presentation in support of the local development plan. And in addition to that, an additional interest that may affect impartiality is that I know a number of the people who have formed the Connolly SOS group, who is formally against the Connolly local development plan.
Thank you. Are there further declarations? Councillor Hutton.
Yes, sorry, I'm just getting the right one. This item's just in regards to the Prince Regent Park upgrade. I am a member of Joondalup United Football Club, who's a user of the facility.
Thank you. Are there further declarations? If not, we proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is item 4, deputations, but that was dealt with at briefing. Next item, therefore, is public question time. There's a set of procedures which relates to public question time, and I'll request that you follow my direction at all times. You'll have an opportunity to ask 2 questions. Your question should be directed to the chair and asked in a polite and respectful manner. And please state your name and address for the public record before asking your question, as is required under our meeting procedures local law. As is our practice, we've maintained a register for people who may wish to speak to an item, or to ask a question. I'll commence there, and time permitting, may be able to open it for further questions. So I'll call forward first Mrs. Marie Hinch. Please come to the lectern. Thank you. So if this is your first time asking questions at a council meeting, Mrs. Hinch, please just state your name and street for us would be good, and then at the lectern, and then you have an opportunity to ask 2 questions. Yes, thank you.
Marie Hinch, 41 Princeville Tor, Connolly. My question is, we didn't have much time to consider the development which is going on the golf course. I would like not so much more time, but I want you to consider all of us living there looking at a huge building that's going to interrupt our privacy. In my case, I have lots of trees around and bird life.
Ms. Hinch, we have statement time which comes after question time. Can I just get a question?
My question is, who decides to put this building up when we're all against it, that people live on the golf course?
There isn't currently a proposal for a building. There's a proposal for a local development plan. At the point that a building is proposed, a development application will have to be put forward, either to the council, through the council to a development assessment panel, or directly to the planning commission. Do you have a second question? Does
the Connolly residents have any input into this, or do you consider us at all?
So I assume by into this you mean for the local development plan. Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The assessment of the local development plan considers a number of factors. The feedback from community consultation is one of those, so council will be considering feedback during public consultation, as well as the assessment of the city officers in making its decision this evening.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Mrs
you.
Hitch. Martin Dickey.
Mr Mayor, I'm Martin Dickey of 6 Ferndean Mews in Hillaries. I have a couple of concerns about reports that are in front of you. The first one is item 12.10.2. I don't have a copy of that in my attachments here, but it relates to the delegation, and in particular delegation in respect to the R codes. Is the city aware that by allowing officers to approve developments under delegation that exceed the boundary wall provisions by up to 25% makes its decision open to challenge, as it's not reached as the result of the exercise of judgment in relation to the code's design principles?
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. The intent of the delegations isn't to set a threshold of what is and what isn't appropriate. The intent of the delegation is to determine which officer is making the decision. So it's not a case that if a boundary wall, for example, exceeds a certain threshold, then it's automatically granted approval. It just means that if it exceeds that threshold, it elevates through the hierarchy within our administration as to who is able to make a decision on whether or not to approve it. So there is the design principle assessment that is still undertaken. It's the delegation as to which officer makes the final decision.
Okay, thank you. My second question is stemming from the Building Sustainable Neighbourhoods consultation, which has just taken place. One of the consultants let on that the city has had 3,500 infill dwellings in the last 14 years, 250 a year. But the rate for us to achieve the state government's targets is 3 times that. Does the city realise that we're really going to have to pack the infill in over the next 25 years in order to meet these quite exaggerated targets?
The officers are aware of that. They have informed the council as such. That's been brought to our attention at a number of points. And no, I think that's a very relevant factor that the council will need to bear in mind, particularly as we go through our current review process. Thank you, Mr Dickey.
Thank you very much.
Mr Hardy-Churlu.
Mr Mayor, respectfully, we have been living adjacent to the golf course for 10 years now, and the thought of what the council could possibly be proposing and allowing absolutely astonishes us. The increase in traffic...
Mr Churlu,
yes.
Welcome. Good to see you again, sir.
Yes.
I do need a question.
Okay. Has the council seriously considered the increase in traffic that would be the case if it goes ahead with this proposal of this development? Already now, I think we have reached the limit as far as noise, and so my question is, has the council seriously looked at the increase of traffic flow? There is only one road leading in and out of that whole area. So my question is, please, would the council, or my request, but the question is, has the council looked seriously at the increase in traffic flow?
Thank you. I'll
Thank you.
invite Director Lee to comment on traffic as part of the assessment. Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. What is being considered by council tonight is a local development plan, so it essentially sets the framework or the guide for any future applications. As part of the local development plan, the applicant did submit a technical traffic assessment, so it was assessed as part of the city's review of the local development plan. The city was comfortable with the outcomes of the traffic assessment and that the surrounding road network had capacity to accommodate the anticipated development. But I should point out also that if the local development plan is approved, there will be a need for a subsequent application, and as part of that subsequent application there'll need to be more specific and detailed traffic assessments undertaken, and the city will then assess the new traffic assessment as part of that application.
Thank you. Do you have a second question, Mr. Shirley?
No, that's the only one I have.
Thank you. Liz Flatters.
Liz Flatters, 5 Ocean Shores Edge, Connolly. It's regarding the Connolly Local Development Plan. My question was that why were all households in Connolly not issued with notification letters for the LDP? Why only some when it actually affects all residents in Connolly, including us? We're a kilometre away and yet it will be a blight on our skyline.
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The city undertakes consultation on planning proposals in accordance with its planning consultation policy. That sets guides on the type and expanse, if you like, of consultation we undertake depending on the type of application. So in this instance, for a local development plan, we consulted with residents within 500 metres of the development site or the proposed development site.
Excuse me, that's not appropriate and that won't be tolerated. Thank you. Director Lee.
In addition to that, we also consulted slightly beyond that 500 metre radius for those that adjoin the golf course. I do note, however, that not everyone within Connolly received a direct letter. We did also make the Connolly Residents Association aware of the proposal. There was information placed on our website and there was also a sign erected at the site to draw attention to the proposal as well.
I'll add to that. There was obviously a community information evening which was hosted, I think Residents Association and the proponent put that together, and that was very, very well attended. It doesn't seem to me that awareness of this proposal had any trouble getting out in the community, but I would make the observation, because this has been thrown up a few times in the narrative now, just as a matter of logic and a matter of fact, the further we go out with our consultation, the more likely people further away are to support a proposal than people who are closer to it. So I had to call somebody out in the meeting at the briefing session for aspersions they cast on officers. I think officers have been entirely appropriate. They've used their discretion very well. They've abided by the policy and in fact stretched it out to encompass houses that front onto the golf course and are more likely to be affected. As I said, if they went the further afield that they go, the more likely you are to skew consultation to support because the impact lessens. So I'm not saying that was part of your question, Ms. Flatters, but I didn't appreciate the feedback from people in the gallery. That's not appropriate in the first instance. And secondly, some of the aspersions that were cast on officers were entirely unfair. Ms. Flatters.
Do I have a second question? Would you consider, if there are further notifications to regarding this proposal, to consult at least all the residents of Connolly? It's an unusual situation in that there's so much open land because of the fairways that something like this affects people more than it would in another suburb if you were just going to do, you know, within however many metres around a development, because it is open, it affects everyone.
I don't know that that's something that's open to us at this time. Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Depending on this evening's decision with the local development plan, there may not be any further consultation on the plan itself. However, if there is a subsequent development application, there will be consultation undertaken as part of that process. Whether or not the city undertakes that consultation is yet to be determined, and so if the applicant chooses a pathway where, as the Mayor alluded to before, it would be directly lodged with the West Australian Planning Commission, they would undertake the consultation, therefore they would set the radius or the distances on how the application would be advertised. If it did come to the city for assessment and consultation, that's something we could consider at that time. Equally as well, if it does go directly to the Planning Commission, we can make them aware of the request of the Connolly residents, but it would ultimately be up to them as to whether or not they took that on board.
Thank you, Ms. Flatters.
Thank you.
Nicola Phillips.
My question continues on with community consultation. I'm interested to know, why did the community consultation for the LDP not follow the established guide deployed in Joondalup?
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I'm either happy to take the question on notice and seek some more information as to what guide or what areas that the city may not have adhered to, or if I'm able to get some more clarification this evening, I might be able to answer it now.
Certainly. Secondly, why was a letter not issued back in 2020 for community consultation with regards to the change from private community purpose, including group dwellings and multiple dwellings?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. The scheme amendment that's being referred to, which added the additional use of group dwellings and multiple dwellings to the site, was an amendment undertaken across all our private community purpose sites, and so the consultation that was undertaken at the time was with the landowners of those private community purpose sites, because it was those pieces of land that were being affected rather than the surrounding properties, and so that's why surrounding properties for this particular site weren't consulted at the time. It would be, as we're doing now, in the city's view, more appropriate to consult at this time when there is actually a development proposal that is potentially impacting surrounding residents.
Can I ask one more
Thank
question?
you. No. Shige Miyazaki. No. Thank you. Peter Humber.
My name is Peter Humber, 22 Kingston Heath Court, Connolly. My first question is, why would the council think that a development or a proposal of a high rise of 14 stories, 12 stories would be appropriate for this particular site?
I mean, the council hasn't had an opportunity to comment yet. That will come later this evening. Individual councillors will no doubt speak to the item, and the council will form a position that will become the council view, but we don't yet have a council view. Do you have a second question?
It's obvious there's a lot of protests against this proposal. So again, with that in mind, it would seem that the council, from what I've read, has already basically advised that their determination would be for this proposal to go ahead. Is that correct? The council, you have already determined that you've already agreed that this proposal should go ahead regardless of what we say here tonight?
Council, I'll just propose a procedural motion for a 10-minute extension to question time. Seconded, Councillor Hamilton-Prime, by show of hands, those in favour. Declare that carried. Thank you. No, the council makes a decision on the local development plan tonight. That is not a proposal for a building. So this matter went to policy for a recommendation. And then council is voting on that recommendation tonight. And as the Director for Planning has just said, that's just on the framework for what may be a future proposal here on the site. So whether it passes or not, we will find out tonight. Councillors will have their chance to comment. It would not have been appropriate for elected members to comment before now, irrespective of what is otherwise attributed to them. We don't control that part of it. And in terms of, if I caught the part of your question, whether the level of protest is a factor, no, it's not. There are factors that we can consider under the planning regulations, and the extent to which people protest is not a relevant factor for us to continue to consider when we are making a decision on a planning item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Ms Clock, please.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Crawford Ocean Reef. I've got these questions on item 13.1.6 on animals local law, keeping poultry. The council, a local council in Belgium reduced organic waste to landfill by 45 tonnes in the first month after offering 3 chickens to 2,000 family each. Would the city consider trialling this method to address the Malapa odour issue?
I'll answer that in 2 parts. I mean, the city will always consider whatever it can under relevant legislation. So I don't think we are considering that as an approach. But the second approach the second point that I would raise is the only, to my mind, and I think to the mind of most of the council, the only way to address the Tamala Park odour issue is to finish the landfill and cap it. So noting that it is in the very last stages of its life, this is probably not the time where we're overly engaged in reducing the level of what we would send there. As soon as it closes, we will seek to reduce it as fast as we can, but the northern part of our community seeks it to close. And so a reduction in waste to landfill before it closes is probably not in the interests of the northern part of our community. Thank you. Second question?
Yes. If the risk of organochloride contamination is present in the property, reducing from 12 to 6 chicken will not eliminate the problem. Is this correct?
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The reduction in the number of chickens from 12 to 6 as part of the draft animal local law isn't necessarily to respond to the potential presence of organochlorines in the soil. It's the setback distances that are set out in the draft local law that are responding to the potential risk.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Please, thank you.
Hello, Gerard Price, Princeville Tour, number 5. Is it appropriate that the design review panel who met with the proposal for the Connolly change have listed as the expert in planning an Andrew Howe, and he happens to be a technical director of the Element Advisory who put the proposal forward?
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. That particular panel member wasn't part of the design review of the Connolly Local Development Plan. It's one of the reasons we do have a largish pool of experts to pull from when we do have design review meetings. We ensure that there aren't conflicts, and there's also procedures through the design review panel meeting requirements that any panel members identify potential conflicts and excuse themselves if that conflict is going to impact their ability to provide objective and independent advice as part of the review.
Second question follow-up then. But if that's the case, on your design review panel as experts, Andrew Howe is the only one as an expert at planning. So who do they default to if he's the expert and he's the director still?
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. In those instances, particularly from a planning point of view, because the city does have a planning function and provides a planning service, the planning aspects of the application would be undertaken by our administration, our staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public question time. We'll now proceed to public statement time. There's a set of procedures which relates to public statement time, and I request that you follow my direction at all times. You'll have an opportunity to make a statement for up to 2 minutes. Your statement should be directed to the chair, and also please be polite and respectful. No question or discussion will occur at the end of your statement, and I'd ask that you please come forward and state your name and address for the public record, again, before making your statement. Now, for the first time in a long time, I'm just going to explain what I'm going to do here. We do also maintain a register for public statements. For the first time in a long time, that register is oversubscribed, so there's 3 people for every statement slot. So I am not going to merely start at the top and work my way through, because that would have us all almost entirely on the issue of Connolly. Now, I acknowledge that Connolly is important and they will have the lion's share of the statements, but I also have residents who wish to make statements on the matter in Corinthian Court. And they, for those who were at the briefing, will remember that they came and made a deputation as well. I also have statements generally on rates and on matters more broadly in the city, including the Glengarry Shopping Centre, which has come out recently, and some Verge issues. So I am going to try and be as fair as I can in giving statements as my meeting procedures allow. So I will start with those for Connolly. I will try and then capture statements from the other issues that are in the room, and then if there is time permitting, I will return to the front of the list. So I'll go by issue, I will go through chronologically, and then we will see how we go. I call forward for the first statement, Mr. John Bayer.
Good evening, John Boyer, 8 Kingston Heath Court, Connolly. Having reviewed the LDP document and given the many concerns raised by residents and considering the processes followed over a considerable period, the question is whether or not the LDP is the right form of document or instrument to be used in this particular development and circumstance. In my opinion, the LDP is inappropriate to facilitate a development of this size and scale. And in particular, it's inappropriate for the context of the development. It's a fact that the LDP has no statutory force. It can be varied at any time for any reason with no apparent limit. It contains information that many find misleading. It's inconsistent with regulations, acts, policies, and standards. There must be an alternate option that will consider many aspects that are causing so much concern to the local community, that will consider existing character and amenity and make sure that all the applicable regulations are considered and not simply discarded, as it is the case with the LDP. I believe a workable solution needs to be established collectively with all the stakeholders and residents to eliminate the adversity, conflict, the angst and negativity that shrouds this LDP proposal. Please, can we be consistent with the laws and be fair to all stakeholders and not impose a community-rejected and statutory unenforceable document? Please consider the statement and oppose the LDP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bayer. Mrs. Leanne de Jesus.
Leanne de Jesus of 15 Kingston Heath Court, Connolly. I understand that this application meets all the planning rules for height, space and setback. I also see that the developers have followed the legal process and have tried to respond to the concerns raised within those limits. But ticking all the boxes doesn't mean that this proposal is right for our community. I ask council members to consider something just as important as legal compliance: trust. Approving this development as it stands risks losing the trust of the community that live here. We are not against development. We know that there's a housing crisis and we want to do our part, but we believe a smaller, more balanced development meets this housing needs without overwhelming the area. What's being proposed feels excessive, A project worth over $20 million with no improvement to public amenities sends the wrong message. It's prioritizing profit over people. This might technically follow all the rules, but it does not reflect the values or needs of our community. We urge the council to limit the height of the development to the local tree line and to put the community's voice at the heart of decisions like this. We're not saying no to development, we're saying yes to the right kind of development. Thank you.
Thank you. No, for those who are in... No, you're fine. Applause will not be allowed. Again, people will have different views. It's not okay from the gallery to do... Everyone will be listened to with respect, if they're supported or otherwise. Dr. Martin Dart.
Good evening, Mr Mayor and councillors. Thank you for an opportunity to talk to this proposal on Country Club Boulevard. I would first state, my name is Martin Dart. I live at number 9 Princeville Tor, Connolly, and my property stares down the barrel of this development. I am less than 200 metres away from the very face of what will be this 14-storey development. I would urge the councillors tonight to vote against this development in its current form. It does not, the local development plan does not meet the criteria according to the local development regulations, and including the city's own high-density population plan, which identifies 10 areas for this type of development, none of which have ever been Connolly. This development actually impacts on the residents of Connolly and doesn't provide any amenity to us. In fact, what it does is it detracts from not only from our quality of life, but is already impacting on the value of our house. In Princeville Tor 4 months ago, a house 100 metres along the road was up for sale and had over 30 people on one home open and sold on day one. This weekend, a house 100 metres further down the road had nobody turn up for the development, and the feedback from the agent is that all of the inquiries they are receiving from potential buyers are that, yeah, we're not going to come here because that's where that development is going to be. Already the reputation of Connolly is being tarnished by this proposed development. There is also further absurdity really in the papers tonight. You'll see on page 161 there is a claim that this 80-metre tall 14-storey building, according to your papers, is appropriate and that this building will not create a focal point within the landscape. This is an 80-metre tall building that will far exceed the tree line that currently shields us from any aspect of the golf club development. Again, I stare down the barrel of this development. I'm not against any development on the site whatsoever, but this form of the development is an absurdity and should please...
Thank you, Dr. Dutt. Thank you.
Thank you for voting against it.
Mrs. Emma Benjamin.
Good evening. Chris Brain, Executive Manager of Properties, and Emma Benjamin, Manager of Retirement Living, on behalf of Masonic Care, 61 Thomas Street, Subiaco. We would like to support the amendment for the removal of the said chewit tree and the planting of 4 alternate trees that have been specified by Council within the grounds of Corinthian Court Village. These trees will have a similar combined canopy and hence will satisfy the required intention of the Council's Leafy City program. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Judith Whittle.
Good evening. My name's Judith Whittle and I live in Corinthian Court Village. I stand here today to advocate for the removal of the chewit tree at Corinthian Court Retirement Village and its replacement with more suitable trees within the village grounds. As President of the Residents Association, I've been approached on numerous occasions by residents deeply concerned about the serious and persistent safety risks posed by the tree. It stands directly over the only walkway leading to their homes, creating a significant hazard, particularly for those with mobility or vision impairment. Corinthian Court Village is a home to one of the largest privately owned gardens in the city, boasting more than 240 trees that provide ample canopy and essential habitat for wildlife. However, despite significant investment in tree surgeons, this particular tuart tree continues to pose an unacceptable risk to residents' well-being. A petition signed by 63 residents, along with 41 community submissions, demonstrates overwhelmingly support for replacing the tree. Concerns raised include safety risks, mental health implications, and increased social isolation for those unable to navigate safely underneath the branches. It is well documented that the buildings should not be constructed within 40 metres of a tuart tree, further reinforcing the unsuitability of its current location. Given the substantial safety concerns, the strong community support, and our existing extensive tree population, one which we intend to enhance, we urge councillors to focus on the welfare of our residents and the proposed replacements that will be planted. Replacing
Thank you,
this
Mrs.
tree...
Whittle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beth Hewitt.
Beth Hewitt on behalf of the Edgewater Community Residents Association. Another year and another statement requesting this council to consider the capacity of its ratepayers to cope with what I suspect will be a substantial increase in rates. We are living in a cost of living crisis and the community is struggling to pay for their basic needs. They are cost cutting and looking for cheaper alternatives, but they don't have any way to avoid the endless increase in rates. When you look back, as you should, on what has been spent in the name of the City of Joondalup over the last year, surely you will see examples of where money was not spent wisely. Was it necessary to advertise so much or build that fence? With each little misstep leads to a snowballing total that we, the ratepayers, are being asked to fund. We have concerns for the hardworking staff who are waiting years for their EBA to be sorted out. They have been living through this period of inflation and rising mortgage payments without the benefit of pay rises. We are concerned that the final back pay bill will be and how much it will be and how it will impact the future rates. We repeat our request for the council to consider that every dollar spent in the name of the city is well spent and any increase is considered with recognition that the community's capacity to pay more is not endless. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Chesno.
My name's Mary Cheshire, 17 Wattlebird Loop, Joondalup. I've never done this before, so I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm just complaining that all our front verges were ripped up without even any notice on it or anything like that, with nothing told to us. And they're going to put other trees there, but I don't know what. And we've looked after those trees for 20 years with retic, which they've wrecked as well. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Alana Kay.
Alana Kay of 12 Bavaria Way, Greenwood, on behalf of Rebecca Cowper, 13 Culloden Road, Duncraig. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on the Culloden Road access for the Glengarry Shopping Centre redevelopment proposal. I wish to raise serious concerns about the proposed commercial vehicle access to the redeveloped Glengarry Shopping Centre via Culloden Road, a street that has never previously supported commercial access either for the shopping centre or the adjacent hospital. Culloden Road is a quiet residential street with parking restrictions and no shopper parking pressure. Its design, use and planning history clearly reflect an intention for it to serve residential traffic only. Many homeowners purchased in this area with the long-standing expectation that all commercial vehicle access would remain via Arnsdale Road, as it has for decades. City of Joondalup claims there is no such restriction on their records. The proposed change would bring delivery trucks, waste vehicles and reversing alarms into this peaceful environment, creating noise, safety concerns and loss of amenity for nearby residents. While the developer claims there would only be 2 to 3 deliveries per day, this figure is unverifiable. We have no certainty about what other businesses will occupy the centre or what their future delivery or waste requirements will be. Once commercial access is permitted, there is no way to limit future intensification, and the number of heavy vehicles could easily increase as the site evolves. There is no justification in shifting commercial traffic into a street never designed for it, when Arnsdale Road has always served this purpose effectively.
Thank you, Ms Kay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Kwok. In that case, Buick Dokops. Mrs Buick, Unit 3, 192 Fairway Circle, Connolly. Anne Clark.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be called.
I got back to the front of the list as I said I would.
Yes, thank you. Right. Anne Clark, 33 Cypress Point Retreat, Connolly. Joondalup Golf Club was opened in 1985. It was purchased from Joondalup Development Corporation in 1991 by Joondalup Resorts International and later sold for $21 million to a syndicate of Singaporean investors who agreed to spend $60 million building a resort. The golf club became private and Connolly lost its public open space with only 4% remaining of the recommended 10%. The complex and its infrastructure is old and tired, as demonstrated by a recent fire and the continuing problems with the electricity supply. Many of the fences surrounding the course need renewing. For years, local management told us of budget restraints that preclude such basic maintenance. And yet the city received $8,554 for an assessment of application for this proposed development. And the applicants will have incurred substantial professional fees. A much better option would be to upgrade and improve the resort and golf club facilities, not ruin their best asset by building and desecrating the quarry course. I quote from the website of Golf Australia, Quarry Dune Course. Perhaps the most striking of all Joondalup's holes can be found on the Quarry 9, when you stand on the second tee with the fairway falling and rising through a valley, past 2 massive bunkers, including one resembling a moon crater, to a green perched on a plateau more than 350 metres away, you cannot help be excited about the golf that is to come. We do not want them to have to add, what a shame about the 2 huge tower blocks within driving range on the left. I have huge reservations about the local development plan. One in clause 2.3 states that a desktop analysis of the site indicates there are no environmental or heritage constraints for it not to be
Thank you, Ms.
developed.
Clark. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Thank you for your statement. That concludes public statement time. Next item of business is apologies and leaves of absence. I do have an apology from Councillor May for tonight's meeting. We also have, in terms of leaves of absence, some requests before us. If governance can just bring those up. Are there any other requests, Council? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. From the 8th to the 14th of June inclusive, please.
Thank you. Further requests? Councillor Raftis, were you seeking the call?
Yes. Thank you, Mr Mayor. 23rd of July to 10th of August, please.
Thank you. Further requests? Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. From the 5th to the 13th of July.
Any others? If not, then I seek a mover for the motion before us. Moved Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Hamilton Prime. By a show of hands, those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item of business is confirmation of the minutes. Do I have a mover that the minutes of the council meeting for the 29th of April be confirmed as a true and correct record? Moved Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor O'Neill. Is there any question or discussion on the minutes? If not, I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your vote on the screens before you. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and that item is carried. Next item of business is announcements by the presiding member without discussion. Council, before I begin my announcements, I do propose a motion to suspend the order of business that Council, in accordance with clause 14.1 of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Local Law, suspends the operation of clause 4.3, order of business of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Local Law, to allow elected members the opportunity to express their condolences on the passing of the former Chair of Commissioners for the City of Joondalup, Mr John Patterson, after the announcements by the presiding member without discussion. So moved. I have a seconder, seconded Deputy Mayor. By a show of hands for that procedural motion. Thank you. Declare that carried. Council. The City of Joondalup is deeply saddened by the recent passing of John Patterson, the Chairman of Commissioners at the City of Joondalup from December 2003 to April 2006. Following a period of instability that led to the suspension of Joondalup Council, Mr Patterson, a former Mayor of the City of Nedlands, helped to restore good governance and strong leadership as well as confidence in our city. Alongside fellow commissioners, initially Alan Drake Brockman, Michael Anderson, Anne Fox and Steve Smith, Mr Patterson was tasked with overseeing the city's administration and putting the city back on track. One of Mr Patterson's most notable achievements as chairman was in 2004 when he travelled to Shandong Province, China, to formalise a sister city relationship with the city of Jinan. The Commissioners held their last council meeting on the 26th of April 2006. I remember it well. I was in the gallery and I think Councillor Fishwick was for that meeting as well. Mr Patterson at that meeting said, "I don't think I have ever struck a position that has been so bad at the start and so good at the finish." That statement, recalling his own words, I think sums up the service that he gave to this city. I contacted his Deputy Chair of Commissioners, Peter Clough. I contacted Clayton Hyam, who had been acting CEO, and also Gary Hunt, who he appointed as CEO in his time as Chairman of Commissioners. They all spoke of their time of serving with him, how he was community focused, how he was outcome focused, and particularly the professional staff of the city especially commented on the fact that unusually for a commissioner, Mr Patterson was very community focused and he spent a lot of time attending community meetings in and around the city, which is not often what you see of commissioners, particularly commissioners who serve across 3 years. John Patterson's last official function at the city was the 2006 Anzac Day service. And on behalf of our council and city, we extend our deepest sympathy to John's wife, Judith, his children, and the extended Patterson family. Councillors, does anybody else wish to make a statement at this time? If not, I will ask if all of us, including those in the gallery who are able, can please stand and we'll hold a minute's silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Council, I propose that we resume the operation of Clause 4.3, Order of Business of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures, Local Law, seconded Deputy Mayor. By show of hands, those in favour. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. In continuing announcements without discussion, the Joondalup Council at last month's meeting appointed 10 members of the community to guide the development of the city's inaugural Coastal Hazard Risk Management and Adaptation Plan, otherwise known as CHARMAP. Members will meet regularly over the next 3 years to support the development of the city's long-term plan for its 17-kilometre stretch of coastline. The draft CHARMAP will identify hazards, predict how they may affect local beaches and assets, and consider how to mitigate these impacts in alignment with the State Planning Policy 2.6. Deputy Mayor Adrian Hill is the group's presiding member, and councillors Raftis, Vinciulo, Chester and Pizzi also comprise the rest of the membership. Finally, the City is excited to have secured funding for the Heathridge Park Master Plan project. In the lead up to this month's federal election, the returning Albanese Labor government pledged $5 million towards this much needed facility upgrade. This funding is in addition to the $2.5 million that the state government has also committed to this project. In December 2024, Joondalup Council endorsed the progression of the Heathridge Park Master Plan project to a detailed design stage. Detailed design for the new community sporting facility will be completed in early 2026, with detailed design for other stages of the redevelopment continuing through to late 2027. Next item of business on tonight's agenda is identification of matters for which the meeting may be closed to the public. There are 3 confidential items, being item 12.5, status of legal action report, 13.2.4, the status update for Project Axiom, and 13.3.1, the review into Project Axiom. There are also 2 reports with confidential attachments, being the tender for Malanda Boulevard pedestrian bridge and the Prince Regent Park new club facilities and existing toilet refurbishment. As there were no questions on the confidential attachments in briefing, or none have been raised in the subsequent 2 weeks, I don't propose to take those 2 reports behind closed doors, but I will propose, unless a councillor nominates, please do now if you have questions on those confidential attachments. If not, I'll propose a motion to change the order of business that, in accordance with clause 14.1 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law, we suspend the operation of clause 4.3, order of business, to enable consideration of the confidential items, those 3, to be discussed after motions of which previous notice has been given. Seconded Deputy Mayor. By show of hands, those in favour. Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Just for the benefit of those in the gallery, that means that we don't have to ask you all to leave. Wait outside while we have the doors shut, and then some of them may take a while and then invite you back in for the item that you may be interested in. We've pushed them all to the very back of the agenda instead. Next item of business is reports. So I'll work my way around.
So there's petitions item?
Petitions. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. For some reason that is missing in my notes, but thank you, Mr. CEO. Are there any petitions from elected members? No. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Next item of business is reports. I'll work my way around the room. I'll start with yourself, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and offer elected members the opportunity to withdraw items.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 12.15, item 12.18, item 13.2.1, and as presiding member of the Major Projects and Finance Committee, I'll also extract any of the other committee agenda items if other elected members indicate their wish to extract those items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton?
No additional items. I just referenced the proximity interest where I'll need to leave. I imagine that needs to be withdrawn.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Kingston, I'm assuming you'll withdraw that one.
Yes, I'm willing to do that. If I could withdraw 12.9, the corporate business plan, 12.10, the register of delegation of authority.
Yes,
Could I also have 13.1.1, which is the Connolly Local Development Plan? I could also ask the Deputy Chair of the Policy Committee to withdraw 13.1.3, which is the Local Planning Scheme 3 amendment for Delage Street, given I won't be supporting the committee's recommendation.
I'm happy to withdraw that as Deputy Chair.
And then also 13.1.6, the Animal Local Law, as I think Councillor Raftis has an amendment on the number of chickens. If I could also have 13.1.8, which is the electronic attendance at council meetings, and 13.1.9, where there's motion to refer back, and I'll withdraw any of the other policy items if somebody wishes.
I will also need you to withdraw 13.1.7 because it requires an absolute majority. That just leaves 13.1.2, which can go through in the exception resolution, unless someone wishes to.
13.1.4 as well?
Oh, and 13.1.4, yes. Yep,
Thank you.
That's correct. Councillor Jones?
No, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Pizzi?
They've all been pulled, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton-Prime?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think Councillor Kingston, I think he was saying he was foreshadowing 13.1.3. If not, I'm happy to foreshadow the original officer's recommendation for policy.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciolo?
None for me tonight, thank you.
Councillor Chester?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I was going to withdraw 13.1.6, but that's already been done. I'll just speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 12.2 and 12.16, please.
Thank you. Councillor Fishwick?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 13.2.1, please.
Yes. Yep.
Sorry, I did fight that one
Deputy
already.
Mayor is going to withdraw that, but I think there's an... yep. Councillor Raftis?
13.3.1, please.
Well, that will come in confidential in any event.
The rest are already being taken care of. Thanks.
Thank you. That being the case, we'll go first then to item 12.2. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the alternate, please.
So moved. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Chester. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this alternate comes about as just a change to the officer's recommendation that the alternate approves the removal of the tree. There is to be some requirements on that there with the detailed landscaping plans, a minimum amount of trees of 4 small to medium trees being in 200-litre pots, irrigation designs for newly planted trees, landscaping and reticulation establishment, removal of the mature tree is also planting the forward placement trees shall be undertaken at the landowner's cost, and there is a list of 3 of the trees, which would be a peppermint, water gum and a paper bark as the options for replacement. The city also would encourage the landowner to engage in a suitable qualified arborist to undertake biannual inspections of the native trees. I'll just go down if I may. Sorry, bear with me. I wish to address the safety concern that I have regarding the large tree within the grounds of the Malanda Retirement Village. The tree is estimated to be approximately 18 metres tall and regularly drops hard nuts onto the surrounding walkways. These nuts do create hazardous walking conditions, acting much like ball bearings, significantly increasing the risk of slips, trips and falls. And while the environmental value of the tree is acknowledged, human safety must take precedence in certain situations. And it is agreed that while the natural beauty of trees in residential settings is appreciated, safety must always take precedence, especially in a community where a major majority of residents are elderly and often face mobility challenges. As individuals age, their risk of falling and sustaining serious injury dramatically increases. In particular, a fall resulting from a broken hip or another bone can be a life-altering, in some cases, life-threatening event. Just some of the statistics here in Australia, falls are the leading cause of hospitalised injury among people aged 65 years and over in Australia. In 2019 and 2020, falls accounted for 133,000 hospitalisations and 5,000 deaths among older Australians. There's a longer recovery time as you do age as well, and there's the possibility of the loss of independence. There is a psychological impact associated with these falls and trips as well, and studies show that up to a 30% increase of elderly patients who suffer from a hip fracture die within a year due to complications or the loss of independence. I'd really like to consider something, like you ought to consider something personal, I knew an elderly woman who fell in a home and she slipped on the nuts that were dropped from a nearby tree. She suffered a fractured hip and required immediate surgery. Post-surgery, she faced a prolonged rehabilitation period, including physical therapy and assistance with daily activities. Tragically, she still passed away 6 months later due to complications related to her injury. Slips and falls can have a devastating consequence for older individuals, leading to injuries, hospitalisations and long-term health issues. The owners of the property have a duty of care to provide a safe environment for their residents. And with this tree there, they obviously cannot. When the tree directly undermines their safety, its removal becomes a matter of risk management and resident welfare, not aesthetics or public preferences. While city councils have an important role to play in preserving greenery and managing public trees, it is not and should not be within the scope to block or delay the removal of a tree that sits entirely on a private property, especially when the grounds for removal are based on clear safety concerns. To impose such resistance is to prioritise a symbolic environment stance over the real and immediate safety needs of our elderly residents who live within that risk daily. As far as I'm aware, the owners of the village maintain a beautiful property. It's one that the city should be proud to have within its boundaries of the city. I'm also not aware of anything much that the village does ask of the city. If the village has presented this issue to us, it is obviously due to a very legitimate and valid reason, which they have shown us by way of heavily signed petition, further to these statements which we have all heard in person within these chambers. They are prepared to work with the city to resolve this, and they have approached us in the correct manner rather than taking things into their own hands. I ask you all to support this alternate.
Thank you. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, frankly, this issue has vexed me more than any other issue that I've had to deal with as a councillor over the last 16 years. We know that the tree in question was required to be retained as an offset for several very large other tulips that had to be removed to allow the extra 12 aged care units to be constructed. So in effect, this retained tulip tree has a very special status in that regard, and I can entirely understand why the city administration has held firm on its recommendation to retain the tree. However, for better or worse, Masonic Care's subsequent decision to site the new dwelling fairly close to the retained tulip tree has now created its own issue of the tree now regularly dropping significant amounts of nuts and leaves onto the only road which leads eastward out of the complex, which residents use very frequently to access the bus stops on Malanda Boulevard and the shops. Regardless of how the situation has come about, we are unfortunately ultimately left with considering the reality of the well-being and safety of many of the elderly residents of our city. So for this reason alone, I will be supporting Councillor Neal's alternative recommendation with a small amendment, and respectfully ask that my fellow elected members do the same. One final comment I wish to make. I personally am convinced that the 4 well-placed medium to large trees of the species suggested by the council, by the city staff, which I should say in consultation with Masonic Care, they will in fact provide an equivalent canopy cover and wildlife habitat, which was provided by the current tuart tree if it is lost. Thank you, councillors, for once again considering this situation.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Could I just move the amendment that was foreshadowed by Councillor Chester, which is to amend the wording from small to medium to large?
Yes, you may. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Seconded Councillor Kingston. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's relatively self-explanatory. This is a change, obviously the removal of the tree. I think there is many arguments in favour of that. I just want to make sure as a councillor that we're replacing this tree with trees of adequate tree cover. I would like to see an increase in tree cover, so there's a total net gain to the environment. I think having medium to large trees would achieve that. I am concerned with the wording of small to medium, that there might be a tendency to go towards the smaller end of that scale. So I think medium to large achieves the desired outcome. So therefore, I encourage you all to support this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Yes, I discussed this earlier with Councillor Chester as trying to receive some sort of compromise if the removal of the tree goes forward. I'll reserve my comments on whether that should occur to the principal motion. But yes, I'll be supporting this change. I think if people are of the mind to take out the tree, I think medium to large trees as a replacement is something that needs to happen, given I think the advice from Councillor O'Neill's motion was that if 4 smaller trees were put in, the canopy would probably be less than the 1 tree that was being taken out. So I think medium to large has to be, it has to be changed to medium large to address that point.
Thank you. Further comments on the amendment? Councillor Pizzey.
Can I just ask a question? What actually is the specification difference between small to medium and medium to large tree, please?
Good question. Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. If you bear with me just a moment, the R codes do define small, medium, large trees. It sets out the minimum requirements for deep soil area for a tree to be accommodated in. I just don't have that to hand at the moment, but I'm just trying to find it, if you bear with me.
While you're looking, can I ask a further question to that?
He's nodding, so normally I wouldn't allow it, but yes.
Also, does it change, other than the soil requirements for rooting, does it change the height requirement of the tree or the shade that it delivers? Or, yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Typically, a large tree will be planted at a greater maturity than a small tree, and so I guess you would be getting more of an instant amenity and canopy impact than you would if you were just planting a small tree. I have been able to locate the tree sizes in the R code. So a small tree has an indicative canopy diameter at maturity of 2 to 6 metres. It has a nominal height at maturity of 3 to 8 metres. A medium tree, 6 to 9 metres canopy, and a nominal height at maturity 8 to 12 metres. And a large tree is a tree that's greater than 9 metres in diameter for its canopy at maturity, and it has a nominal height at maturity of greater than 12 metres. So the tuart tree that's being considered would be considered to be a large tree. From memory, I think it's about 18 metres tall.
Thank you. Further comments on the amendment? Councillor Vinciolo.
Question, if I may. Just a question to the city. Are we exacerbating the problem with this solution? Because I'm just going with basic math. We're going from 1 tree to 4 trees. On that premise, what is the long-term implications from a city perspective? Do we think we're just creating a bigger problem?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I believe, and certainly understand the point being made in the question, I believe the way the condition's been worded, there is flexibility for the city to work with the applicant to identify suitable locations. I do note, however, that the species that have been suggested, being a WA peppermint, a water gum, and a red flowering paperbark, are not the type of tree that will get to the same size as the current tuart tree. And so whilst they may grow to a certain maturity and provide a degree of canopy, it's not going, each tree won't provide the same canopy impact. So I think the intent behind the alternate is to almost get an aggregate of the 4 trees to create a like canopy. And that's the sort of thing that you'd be able to achieve with the species that have been selected. But as I said, I think there's flexibility in the condition to ensure that where they're located throughout the site, we're not going to end up with the same consequence.
Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would it be appropriate to change the wording of Councillor O'Neill's alternate motion, replacing?
We're on that now. We're on that now. We've got that amendment before us now. Thank you. Further comments on the amendment? Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Given that this is an amendment and we have previously had an officer's comment on the original, I'd just like to double check with the officer if the officer's comment is still valid. I will read it out. The officer's recommendation does not support the removal and therefore potential replacement of the existing tree. As the purpose of the alternate is to identify a replacement tree, this is considered to be significantly different to the officer's recommendation and therefore is not supported. Is that still the case? Thank you.
If I may paraphrase that in 2 parts, is the amendment itself supported and would it change the recommendation? Are you happy with that, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I'm just trying to make sure that we do get an officer's comment on what's before us. Thank you.
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The amendment to the alternate is supported insofar as switching from a small to medium tree to a medium to large tree as potential replacements, but still, as the Deputy Mayor pointed out, still fundamentally the officer's recommendation for the broader proposal is that we retain the tuart tree.
Thank you, Director. Further comments on the amendment? Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the amendment there, a fantastic addition to that, but I just wanted to clarify something. Being that the amendment would change from small to medium, medium to large, does that then alter, and should we not alter at the same time, the literage of the plants? Would that be relevant or just a moot point?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The indicative pot size at planting for a medium tree is 200 litres, so as per the condition. So I think because the amendment still captures reference to medium to large, we'd still be okay with 200 litres as a base size.
Further comments on the amendment? Councillor Hutton, do you wish to close?
Briefly, to just say, I think this amendment improves the alternate motion. And again, the desire here is to achieve an outcome for our biodiversity that improves the situation, but does it in a way that also deals adequately with the safety concerns of the local residents. And I think in doing this, we hopefully will be able to reach a happy medium, an outcome that hopefully satisfies the majority of the criteria.
Thank you. I'll put the amendment and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed on the amendment and it is carried. Now forms part of the primary motion. Are there any further comments on the primary motion? Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. I think it's worth first following through the history of the tree. As the officer's report does state, and this was back in 2016, so it was before my time on the council, is that when there was the approval for these units to be built, there was the removal of all the remnant vegetation on the site except for this particular tuart tree. There was originally 4 significant tuart trees, and then 3 of those were removed, and then the suggestion was that as a compromise, this one last tree would be kept as a sort of balancing of removing 3 significant trees and then leaving just 1. It was the smallest of the 4, so I'm told. And to me, it just does present a bit of a concern that, given that was what was the intent at the time, to then have further down the road to have that change then occur, it does just raise some concerns with me about it. So today I did try to go down to the retirement village. I went with Councillor Chester and I did view the tree. I do understand the concerns the residents have with the falling of the nuts and also the height of the tree and its canopy. While we were there, Councillor Chester and I did mull over different ways in which, if the tree was to be removed, there to be different locations for medium trees or medium to large trees to be planted around the site. So not just in the exact location of where this tree would be, some along the back, and different locations that would then be suitable. But as far as my consideration of whether the tree should be removed, I'm, on a personal level, even though I'm willing to, as I said, work with Councillor Chester to try and find an alternate solution that would work for the residents and try and address the safety concerns as I see it, I personally see that, looking at the arborist's report and the recommendation from the administration, that some of these safety concerns can be dealt with through retaining the tree, through thinning the canopy and also removing dead wood. I do acknowledge that there is still a risk that would be present, and the advice that we did receive from Masonic Care earlier on was that if the tree was to be retained, that they would try to undertake frequent cleaning of any pathways or access ways around the site. So this isn't an easy one to say, yes, the tree should come out, or yes, we should put in 4 other trees instead. Given the age of the tree, is that if we do put in 4 new trees, is that there is a significant difference between a maturity of a tree that is 40 plus years old. Some people say it's as old as 100 years. There is a significant difference between the maturity of a tree that's 100 and the maturity of a tree that's just newly put in, as far as its environmental outcomes, its social outcomes. And so it's about trying to see over the long term for the site, what's the best way to preserve trees that are significant in the area. And so to me, it hasn't been easy to make this decision. That's why I did go down to try and see it for myself, see how the debris may cause hazards or risks. But looking at it, I think it is something that can be managed. I'm not saying that might necessarily will be easy. I think there will be a peak time when the tree is fruiting where it will present more of a risk than the rest of the year. But I think it can be managed. And to me, that's where I think that's what I'll be supporting. I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation. So I will foreshadow that if this motion is unsuccessful. But I think maybe if there are problems in the future, it's something that the council can look at again. But for me and how I see this is, I think at this stage, I think let's look at seeing ways to thin the canopy of the tree, manage the dead wood, managing the fall of the nuts through speaking to Masonic Care and what can be done, rather than saying let's take out a significantly aged tree. So that's where I sit with it. I know that might be disappointing, but I'd like to also thank the residents for taking the time to try and show me the concerns and help me to understand. I'm sorry this might be a disappointment to many of them, but yes, that's just how I feel about this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I've reviewed the report, including the officer's recommendation, the arborist's report, and also the corresponding deputations, public questions and public statements from residents. It seems likely that the current level of routine tree maintenance is inadequate. I consider that it is appropriate for the mature tree to be retained in accordance with the existing planning approval condition and for appropriate maintenance and clearing to be undertaken by the facility operator in accordance with their duty of care. This would resolve the current issues that result in significant risks to the safety of residents. I'm therefore supportive of the recommendation before us. Thank you. Sorry, I'm supportive of the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Chester, are you raising a point of order or asking a question?
No.
No, I'll just seek further comments on the motion. Councillor Pizzey.
When we build homes and buy them to live under trees of this nature, we understand at the time what drops off the trees. I also have found this decision difficult. But when developers develop spaces like this with the intention to keep significant trees, then build in a way that means that that matured tree then needs to be destroyed later on, completely disregards developers in retaining these vegetations when they build. Safety concerns, I believe, need to be managed by Masonic Care, and it's up to them to ensure that their residents are safe by maintaining the area.
Thank you. Further comments? I'll just speak to it very briefly. I hadn't intended to. First of all, I thank the residents for how they have engaged respectfully on this issue. Those who are here tonight asking for its removal, some have emailed me and asked that it be kept. I acknowledge the majority have asked for its removal. Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Chester, both as ward councillors, how they've engaged on this and tried to listen to both sides and brought it to the council. I guess for me, my own position echoes those of Councillor Kingston and Councillor Pizzey. If there's anything in my time on council that I want to look back on in decades, it is to have lifted the tree canopy of the city of Joondalup. Leafy City program is something we've pursued quite aggressively, and we've worn a lot of heat for it, and this council has held the line. Along medians and in parks in particular, I've always asked Director Klassen to prioritise chewit trees wherever possible. They are trees that require a high lot of maintenance. In a past life, I was an arborist. I contracted to the city of Joondalup and spent a lot of time pruning chewit trees. I know exactly how much work it takes. But they are also the original grand forest tree of the bushland that was here, and they are trees worth protecting. And this is, in my professional opinion, a chewit tree, quite a specimen. With more care and maintenance, it will have a long life. It will develop nesting hollows, and I can't in good conscience support its removal, although I do very strongly support ongoing maintenance and care, and indeed I've tried to spend my time in the city to date to encourage the planting of many more chewits, which we now see around the city, because they are the tree that will best flourish and produce a mature canopy in and around the city. Further comments? I'll go Councillor Hamilton Prime, then Councillor Harton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First, I'd like to concur your comments. It definitely is a tough decision, and I thank the residents in the respectful manner that they've engaged us, and I pay tribute to that. For myself, I am of a similar opinion. We must hold the line and save the trees, because at the end of the day, we must keep promises, especially developers in terms of saving significant trees, and this is one of them. And it's a treasure in our community, and we must do what we can to retain the trees and our tree canopy. I'd like to thank Councillor O'Neill for his work in his alternate. I think it's very honourable and obviously with the best interests of those particular residents in mind from a safety perspective, but I believe more can be done from Masonic Care in terms of maintenance and upkeep. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I suppose I would like to concur with some of the comments that have been made. I would also like to see our tree canopy be protected and enhanced. However, where I will disagree is that in the alternate motion with the amendment that's been put forward, we will actually see an increase to the tree canopy through this proposal. Now, I think that's a great outcome for the city. Yes, it's something which might take a few years to achieve, but in the short term, I think we're seeing a minimal decrease in the canopy, and in the long term, we're seeing an increase in the canopy. But above all of that, I think one of the most important things that we have to do as decision makers is prioritise the issues that are top of mind. And for me, safety is one of my top concerns, but particularly the safety of the most vulnerable members of our community. And I think the residents of this local development fall into that category. Now, I guess we can sit here all day and go over decisions that have been made in the past, and I agree that the wrong decisions have potentially been made in the past, and again, that's the assertion that could be made and has been made by some. But part of that's potentially, we've already heard the comment that you shouldn't have this mature tree within 40 metres of a development. At some point, this council has approved that to happen. I see in what we're doing here is we're actually correcting what was potentially an incorrect decision in the past.
Sorry, point of order, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hamilton-Pryor?
Adverse reflection on a council decision.
It is permitted when it's a substantive motion to change it. So it's this is the scenario where we can adversely reflect on a council decision because it's before us to consider whether we decide to support it or not. This is the exception to that rule. Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mayor. And I am trying my best to not adversely reflect unnecessarily, but I'm operating in quite confined spaces here. But yeah, I think a decision's been made incorrectly in the past. We have the opportunity here to correct that. I would have liked if this development had not happened in the way that it did happen and the mature tree could have been protected. But unfortunately, we can only play with the cards we're dealt. And I think the safety of the most vulnerable members of our community is the priority. And the fact that we are at the same time able to actually increase the tree canopy in the long term, I think is a bonus. So I encourage you all to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Jones?
I'm for keeping the tree and having better maintenance.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to close?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, look, we all love our trees. I do acknowledge the significance of a tree that is 18 metres tall. But when it's within the grounds of a retirement village, we all understand and value the environmental roles. They're vital to us, and I'm not here to deny that. But whilst we can recognise the environmental benefits of this tree, we must also confront the reality that this tree affects our elderly residents directly and immediately. This tree drops slippery nuts onto pathways used daily by residents. For us, this might be a minor inconvenience, but for the residents of this retirement village, it presents a serious and ongoing safety hazard. As Councillor Hutton elaborated, hindsight for us is 2020, and this is the opportunity to correct something that might have been not done in the best method previously. The individuals that live in the village, some of them are with limited mobility. A simple slip can lead to broken bones, lengthy hospital stays, permanent loss of independence, and in some cases can lead to death. We are faced with a very difficult decision, and I ask you to weigh the value of this single tree and the safety of dignity of our elderly residents. When we are called upon to make these decisions, it's not one that we can do lightly. It's not a call for environmental neglect, it's far from it. Part of the proposal, the retirement village is agreeing to binding commitment with the council to plant new trees. Many of these trees will be carefully selected for their environmental value and located where they do not pose safety risks to the residents when working with the city together. In just a short time, they will far surpass that of the single tree in their combined environmental benefits. It's a responsibility that we take. It's a hard decision to make, and I ask you all to look at it very seriously. Consider the residents, the elderly residents that live in this village, and support this alternate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Council, I'll put the alternate as moved and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the alternate is not carried. We revert to the motion as foreshadowed by Councillor Kingston. So moved. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded, Councillor Hamilton-Prime. Is there any discussion?
It's probably not worth to go on at length about this, but this motion says that the tree is to be retained, and of course to try and work with Masonic Care to try and get a regime in place for maintenance and then also to ensure the safety of residents. So hopefully out of this, those discussions can take place and there can be a way to try and mitigate many of the concerns. Of course, this hasn't been the easiest decision for a lot of residents, given trying to weigh up those safety concerns and the risk and whether those risks can be reduced. So I'd encourage everyone to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton-Prime. Further comments? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to seek some clarity on there's been comments made about criticising the previous decision. I just want to be clear whether that is in reference to the decision to retain a tree, or is it implied that the council made a decision on the proximity between the nearest house and the tree? I'd just like to make sure that we know which of those scenarios were a council decision, and therefore which could be considered to be reconsidered.
So 7.14 subsection 1, a member must not reflect adversely on a decision of a council or a committee, except on a motion that the decision be revoked or changed. So this is a motion that the decision be changed, so therefore it allows for adverse reflection on the decision itself.
Yes, I'm trying to clarify whether that decision that was made in the past was a decision related to retention of a tree, or did it include any limits on proximity of structures to that tree?
Director Lee. I guess for the point of adverse reflection, it's a moot point, because if it was a decision, then it can be reflected adversely on. If it wasn't, it can also be reflected adversely on, because it's not a decision. Director?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a bit of both to some degree. So when the original development was considered by council, there was, as has been discussed this evening, the intent to remove 3 other mature trees on site. The proposal also included as a I guess a compromise or a consolation, the retention of this chewit tree in this particular location. So it, from my recollection for the original application, it wasn't the retention of the tree and its location and its proximity to the dwellings wasn't a function of something that council requested, but it was something that was proposed by the applicant that council and the administration essentially accepted.
Thank you. I appreciate that history. I clearly wasn't around at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments on Councillor Hutton?
Yes, thank you. I would just like to foreshadow that if this does fail, that I did have an alternate included in the briefing session notes, which was effectively to refer this back for further consideration. So I will be moving that if this is unsuccessful.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just putting my point across that I won't be supporting this. I think that probably foreshadowing something to defer it back and be thought about a little bit further would be a prudent measure, given the history of this particular site and this tree.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston, do you wish to close?
Just a question before we close. Is it even possible to refer this back, given it's a development application and needs to be determined? So if we're amending it, is this even possible?
It would be a deemed refusal, but I think it is theoretically possible to refer it back, but it would be a deemed refusal. Director?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. I do think it is possible to refer the application back, but with planning applications, there are set timeframes in which a local government's required to make a decision, and if that time expires, then it is deemed refused, as the Mayor mentioned. So I think we'd end up in that territory, and that triggers the ability for the applicant to appeal the decision or non-decision, essentially.
Thank you. Do you wish to close?
Yes, I'll just close briefly. I don't think referring it back is an option. The motion here is to refuse the application to remove the tree. Referring it back does the identical thing as we've heard. So, but I think it's worth thanking Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Chester for engaging with the residents and trying to work through the concerns and try and come up with a workable alternative. And I think Councillor O'Neill especially has done a lot of work to try and work and see what the risks are with the people that are in the care homes and see what can be done. So I think you should be commended for that. But I'd encourage everyone to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. The next item of business on tonight's agenda, which, my apologies, I didn't withdraw, but I do need to withdraw because it requires an absolute majority, is 12.8, Local Government Elections, Appointment of WA Electoral Commissioner. I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation, seconded Deputy Mayor. Noting we have a big agenda, I don't intend to speak on it at this stage, but I will close debate if there are further comments. Deputy Mayor.
I just reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Item 12.9, Corporate Business Plan, Councillor Kingston.
Could I move the motion as written?
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded Councillor Hutton. Councillor Kingston.
I don't wish to speak to the plan.
Councillor Hutton.
Reserve my right.
Further comments? I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. We'll put that motion. There we go. Please cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Item 12.10, Councillor Kingston.
Could I move the motion as written?
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Hutton. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. To speak very briefly on this one, annually the Register of Delegations of Authority are reviewed by the Council, and each time that this occurs, the Council decides what powers are to be delegated to the CEO rather than determined directly by the Council. And it has been my long-held view, as many of the people around here are aware of, is that I believe that the powers which are delegated to the CEO in some cases do need to be reduced, and in other cases there needs to be more clauses to provide oversight. I've had concerns in the past in relation to especially the disposal of assets, and the thresholds of which properties can be disposed of without it necessarily coming to the Council for a decision. I won't go on at length of this. I think all the Council members are aware of the concerns that I have, and I've put motions to amend the Register of Delegations in previous years, but I can't support the current delegations which provide the CEO the discretions to make certain decisions and not provide those decisions to the Council. Yes, there is currently a reporting framework where after the decisions that are made, they're often reported to the Council in some form, but I think there does need to be more done to ensure that there's oversight, especially around disposal of community assets. So sometimes there might be a community building that's leased out for $1, or there's a renewal of a lease where the building is leased for $1 to a community group. Or in other cases where there's subletting that occurs of facilities that are leased out by the city to other parties. I think transactions of those sorts do need to come to the Council for determination. So I won't speak specifically on it, but I think everyone is aware of my concerns around it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you. Given a formal decision on this is not required until the 30th of June, and given the comments that have been made by Councillor Kingston, I will be not supporting this, but foreshadowing that I would like it to be deferred to the next the next council meeting, in order for further discussion to take place.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to echo the words from Councillor Kingston. Obviously, there are certain things that they should be brought to council and talked about openly, and so I won't be supporting this either.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Kingston, do you wish to close?
Thank you. I'll just say briefly again, yes, it's been even reported in the media how I've got concerns about the delegation of authority, so I won't be supporting it this year for the review. I'm not burdening the council with amendments to it this time, is that I know I've been unsuccessful in the past. I've suggested before there should be changes so that there could be more budget oversight and a budget committee to ensure that there's the efficient allocation of funds and review of those through the year. So I think we just need more oversight, and I hope going into the future the council considers that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and it is a tied vote. So I will cast the casting vote in favour of the recommendation. Thank you. Item 12.15, Burns Beach Cafe Restaurant, major land transaction. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the recommendation as printed.
Thank you. Seconded. Just looking Councillor Hutton's way. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, and I recognise this requires an absolute majority. North Ward residents have been waiting for a long time for work to start on this project. It was unfortunate that in November 2023, new federal government legislation requirements arose to undertake a flora survey to identify the presence of honey myrtle shrubland on coastal limestone ridges. This effectively delayed the project by 12 months. The survey undertaken last spring did not identify the presence of any honey myrtle shrubland at this location. The proposed Burns Beach Cafe restaurant project was the subject of a very detailed community consultation in 2021, which received 464 responses and demonstrated more than 70% community support for the project. For the benefit of any elected members that did not attend the briefing session, I would reiterate that the purpose of the community consultation for this report was related to the business plan and not to the proposed concepts for the coastal no development and the cafe restaurant. In the briefing session notes, the city officers have made it clear to elected members that none of the 30 submissions received during the recent community consultation on the business plan related to matters that were relevant to the business plan. I wish, therefore, to make it clear to elected members that any community consultation responses covered in this report are not at all reflective of the strong community support that was clearly demonstrated for this project in 2021. I therefore request my fellow elected members to support the officer's recommendation so that this project can now move forward with completion of detailed design and tendering for the associated building construction contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
I reserve my right.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Just to make a short commentary on this and broadly the cafe kiosk program which the city had along the coast, I think there is a positive aspect of this cafe compared to how other projects have developed over time. When the Burns Beach Cafe was progressing through the Major Projects Committee a couple of years ago, there was a decision made to make a distinction between this project and another project, which was the Pinnaroo Point Cafe. In the Pinnaroo Point Cafe, it was said in the agenda that the city would lease out just the ground to a proponent, and then the proponent would then build the building and then either rent out that building or early on in this project for Burns Beach Cafe, it was suggested whether to go with that outcome, or for Burns Beach, which is proposed, is that the city does not lease out the ground, but instead builds the building itself and then leases out the building. And so there's a significant financial difference, which earlier on in those major project committee reports, which were identified, that if the city leases out the building instead of the land, that the city would make around 8 to 10 times more income. So at Pinnaroo Point is well known, the city makes about 40,000 because the city just leases out the land. And with this project, because the city is leasing out the building it would own, in that case, it would make 8 to 10 times more money. So I think in the Pinnaroo Point project, decisions were made to make that a ground lease, which has not been a direction which I agreed with. But with the Burns Beach Cafe, I think it's positive that in this case, the building is to be built and the city is to lease out that building. So in many cases, if the city, say in this project, decided to go ahead with the same direction which happened at Pinnaroo Point, which is now the Hillary's Beach Club, If it's, say, over a 40-year period, similar to Hillary's Beach Club, the city could have been foregoing, say, up to or more than $20 million in my calculations. So it's positive in this sense that the city is owning the building rather than foregoing the income and going with the ground lease, which is what occurred at Pinaroo Point. So I think it's good that there's been a distinction made between those two projects, and so I support that the city officers have made that change. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I seek the next call, obviously encourage people not to be looking at their phones during meetings. However, my timer has just died, so if you see me looking at my phone, it is because I'm using it as a timer, and timekeeping is part of my job. So apologies, first time that's happened in a meeting. Councillor Hamilton Prime.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm a huge supporter of this. I think it's will be a fantastic asset to the community, and I agree with Councillor Kingston that these are two very different facilities, and I believe I was around at the time, and that it was very different economic circumstances, which is what drove Pinaroo to be the way it was, in my personal opinion. And what a success Hillary's Beach Club is. It's fantastic, it's well patronised by local residents and abroad, and it's fantastic. And not a day goes by where I don't have a compliment from a resident about how fantastic facility it is. I look forward to this equally being a fantastic community facility that also is positive to our cash flow, and so we can look at ways to decrease the rate burden to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Deputy Mayor, do you wish to close? Oh, no. Sorry, were you seeking the call, Councillor Hutton?
If possible, sorry. Just briefly, I guess I'd just like to make the point, echo some of the points that the Deputy Mayor made, which is that I think the local community is eager to see this project progress as soon as possible. I think there has been factors outside of the control of the city, such as the environmental approval process. I do think the feedback from the survey being so few in number do signal a bit of community fatigue, but mark my words that the local community is very supportive of this proposal. They want to see it happening as soon as possible, and I guess I thank previous councillors for the work they've done, and I thank the Deputy Mayor for the work that he's done, continuing to advocate for this project. But yeah, let's get on with it, and let's get it done, and everyone's is broadly in support of it.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I fully support this, and if you look at Wanneroo, they have Amberton, the Joondalup, Shack, the Oceans. They've got plenty of restaurants out on the beach. We need to follow suit.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciullo.
Thank you. Through you, I just want to echo the overall sentiment. I will be 100% supporting this. It's just another jewel along our coastline, and it's well overdue, so let's get it done.
Thank you. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. This is just another way for the city to have its own sources of revenue, with the ultimate outcome of reducing impost on residents' rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to close now? My apologies for before.
That's quite all right. I'll just close by thanking my elected member colleagues for their supportive comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried. Next item is 12.16, the tender for the Malanda Boulevard pedestrian and cyclist bridge. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that as written.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Chester. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The Malanda Boulevard Bridge, it's been one of those things that has been talked around in certain, around the city, in particular in our suburb here of Kingsley, for quite some time. The old bridge obviously had to come down some time ago, and it has been a way to get something going. So I just want to firstly thank all the city officers for everything they've done, and for everybody that works within the city to make this a successful tender, and I think we've come up with something good, and I would encourage all of my fellow councillors to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. This is one project that the local residents are really intensely interested in. and have followed the progress with a great deal of enthusiasm. I personally am extremely pleased that it's going to eventuate. I think according to our Director of Infrastructure, it will be underway in July, and I can't wait. Unfortunately, the real problem is the location on the crest of a hill where visibility is limited, and it's a much needed asset for local residents. And I thank the staff for progressing it. I do want to make one comment though. People may have noticed that we did not choose the cheapest tender. For the simple reason, due diligence has often indicated that the cheapest tenders will not always produce the best outcome. I think there's a difference of about just under $200,000 more, but the staff have assessed the second tenderer as being the best option, and I totally agree with their decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. A question first, if I may, just seeking confirmation of, given that there's funding in place from Main Roads and from a government funding, can I just check on the residual cost to the ratepayers of the city? Just in ballpark figure would be fine. Thank you.
Director Klassen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the grant funding from Main Roads WA is $1 million, and the federal funding through the Thriving Suburb grants is $2.3 million, so total $3.3 million, with the cost just under $3 million.
Thank you for that clarification. Also at the briefing session, I did request a schematic drawing. I was kind of hoping to get a schematic or a pictorial view, like an artist's impression, maybe with some colour rendering. If such a drawing exists, it'd be appreciated if that can be forwarded to elected members. Otherwise, I guess it may have to wait until an announcement, but I think it means a lot more to see a visual like that than an engineering black and white line drawing. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Further comments? Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to close?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just briefly, it is an exciting thing for pretty much everyone in Joondalup. We all use this sort of areas, and it's connected to some beautiful areas that you can go through. I'd like to also maybe suggest that the city gets on to the Facebook and get some advertising out there about this exciting thing that can possibly be taking place now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your vote. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and the matter is carried. Item 12.18, provision of basketball facilities, City of Joondalup. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move the alternative that was circulated to elected members in the briefing pack related to noise assessments.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Kingston, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. It is disappointing that the state government has ceased work on producing noise guidelines for basketball courts. This may have allowed local governments to plan for provision of outdoor basketball facilities with confidence, knowing that practical guidelines are in place to ensure that there is an appropriate balance between the provision of basketball facilities in appropriate locations and the impact of noise on nearby residents. Strict enforcement of compliance with the environmental protection noise regulations would not only severely restrict opportunities for installation of facilities in new locations, it could also potentially result in removal of many existing facilities. This alternative is seeking to ensure that the city gives due regard to the effect of noise from outdoor basketball facilities on nearby residents, such that any new facilities can be installed in locations that are appropriate and are designed to suit the proximity to nearby residences. I would also like noise assessments to ensure that facilities can be used in the evenings, for example, until 9 p.m. in the summer months. I'm not seeking for the city to undertake detailed, expensive noise assessment studies using specialist consultants for each and every location under consideration. Rather, I'm seeking for the city to undertake due diligence at an early stage to ensure that locations under consideration are appropriate prior to proposals being presented to Council for approval. I appreciate that the officer's comment is supportive of this alternative and would ask my fellow elected members to also support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Very briefly, I think the additions which the Deputy Mayor has added and what he's outlined is, I think, very important to be added into the budget process whenever there is a new facility. I think especially looking back on my time on council and seeing how when a basketball facility is placed in the wrong location, it can easily exceed the noise regulations. And then if it is placed in the wrong location, how that then becomes a lightning rod of criticism of sometimes the council, but also a lightning rod for concern of those people who complain and say that the basketball facility is in the wrong location. And sometimes that then does result in bullying of community members. So sometimes the decisions we make, if we don't get them right, when somebody, say a community member, has a basketball facility put in the wrong location that clearly breaches the noise regulations, there can be a concern then that those people that are then complaining about how it breaches the noise regulations, how it causes a nuisance, how it causes a problem, that those people can be bullied. And from my time on council, I've seen that happen. There was an incident down I think it was in Marmion or Sorrento, and in the middle of the night, some residents, when they found out that there were some people who'd complained about the noises from the basketball facility, came in the middle of the night, bouncing balls in front of their house, in front of their rooms, and it frightened them. And so it resulted in in my opinion at least, a bad location of a basketball facility then resulted in community members being bullied. So by other community members who then wanted it to stay. So I think it's important we do our due diligence, make sure we get it correct, and do all that we can to, if we put in these types of facilities, that we consider the noise impact and we consider ways of mitigating that, whether it's having backboards that are meshes, whether it's changing the surfaces, or just making sure they're in a location where the noise is attenuated through bushes or trees. So there's ways it can be done and ways it can be considered. I just think it's important that we do that work before we put to the community and before we put to the community where something should be installed. And it has to be done to protect the community. And so I thank the Deputy Mayor for considering this, for putting it up, and I think it's the right approach. So thank you.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mayor. Just briefly, I just want to make the observation that the city, from a sports demand perspective, has a shortage of basketball facilities, has a shortage of, I guess, recreational facilities for our younger generations to be able to spend their time. Yet simultaneously, we also have a surplus of facilities within our public school system that is not available or utilised due to the gated nature of these facilities, and in my opinion, this is becoming an increasing issue. Some of these issues with the demand for more basketball facilities in inappropriate locations could actually be dealt with if the state government was prepared to make their facilities readily available to the local community. So yes, I support this motion as it currently is. I think these considerations need to take place, but I think part of it is also having discussion with the state government about making sure school facilities are accessible for people to partake in recreational activities such as playing social basketball.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to clause 2, I'm of the view that we ought to have a policy, and it was one of the considerations I put forward to this council, given the issues in Marmion with regards to the development of that basketball ring there. So whilst we were waiting for the state government to be proactive in finalising their guidelines, I think we ought to have a policy that itemises what we can and can't do, notwithstanding we need to comply with the environmental protection noise regulations. So having said that, I wouldn't mind if you could put clause 2 separately, please. Thank you.
Can do. Thank you. Further comments? Deputy Mayor, do you wish to close?
Yes, thank you briefly. So I appreciate the supportive comments. I note with regard to Councillor Hutton's comments about schools, I wonder whether the city's school liaison team could have some discussion, or whether that needs to be a different part of the city that talks to the Department of Education, but I'll leave that for another day. And with regard to Councillor Fishwick's point on the policy, I guess that's something that could be considered again by the policy committee in due course. Otherwise, I just appreciate if elected members support motions before us. Thank you.
Thank you. I will put item that's... Is that the alternate? Oh, I'll put 1 to 3 and then I'll put 2 afterwards. I see how you've done that. Thanks. I'll put number 1, 3 and 4 and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. And now I'll just withdraw 2 and ask you to put your vote, cast your vote. Declare the voting closed and 2 is not carried. We didn't foreshadow, but I think the intent is pretty clear that there is the support for the development of. So I'll just note that on the record for 2 being voted down, even though it wasn't foreshadowed, and we'll pick that up later. Are you happy with that, Councillor Fishwick? Yep.
Certainly, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just check. I don't think we need a reason. No, officers supported the amendment. So no, the officers supported that. That's fine. Next item then, and good news for everybody who has stayed with us till 8:36. Thank you. 13.1.1, proposed local development plan, 45 Country Club Boulevard in Connolly. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Could I move the committee's recommendation as written?
So moved. I have a seconder for that. Seconded to Councillor Hutton. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. As everyone is well aware of, is that this item here is about the approval or the refusal of the Joondalup Resort Local Development Plan. The proposed local development plan seeks to provide development opportunities for a 14, 12 and 6-storey developments on the golf course, well, on the resort sites. A local development plan itself is to set development standards for a particular site. Now, when this came to the policy committee, as this is a policy committee recommendation, there were 2 principal reasons for refusal, which I put forward to the committee. The first one was that the types of developments, so the scale and intensity of those developments, were inappropriate to be facilitated through a local development plan process. The second of those reasons was actually that the development outcomes themselves were inconsistent with the local character, amenity, and the surrounding context. So to first address the first of those, whether a development of this sort is appropriate to be facilitated through the local development process, the planning regulations lay out in clause 47 when a local development plan may be prepared, and in that it sets out that the Planning Commission may create a manner and form document in what cases a local development plan is appropriate. In many of those clauses, which are then contained in the manner and form, it talks about lots which are small lots. So it says lots with an area of less than 260 square metres or irregularly configured lots. Another case where one may be put forward is where there's lots where there's specific vehicle access or egress control that's needed, lots abutting public open space, lots that are local or neighbourhood centres, lots which have been identified to accommodate a future change of use, or lots which have a particular site constraint, or lots to address noise buffer and ameliation requirements. The only one of these which meets this criteria for this type of development is lots facilitating a future change of use, given that when this was first proposed, when the reason why this local development plan has come to the council is there was a scheme amendment. There was an amendment to the local planning scheme which required that if there was to be a multiple dwelling or grouped dwellings prepared for this site, that a local development plan was to then be submitted. And of course, a local development plan is a particular type of planning instrument, and it does not consider the context of the surrounding area in the same way that a structure plan would. So looking at this and asking myself the question, the Planning and Development Act to have orderly and proper planning to facilitate 200 dwellings without the same type of consideration which if those dwellings were considered through a structure planning process without looking at the context in the same way, to me, appears that the local development plan process is not best fitted to facilitate a development of this sort. Of course, the scheme outlined, that was then a requirement for grouped dwellings, but I think there comes a point where if the number of dwellings and the impact from that is significant, then a question needs to be raised whether a local development plan is an appropriate way to proceed with a development of that scale. The second concern is, of course, the substantive nature of the development itself. Adding 14 stories, 12 stories to this particular site and the 6 adds roughly 200 additional dwellings to Connolly. Connolly has about 1,400 dwellings, and adding 200 is a significant change to the suburb, not only just in the number of people, but when the suburb was first laid out, the golf course itself was a public course. It then subsequently was sold to the current owners and then became a private course. At that point, it no longer was able to perform a function of providing public open space or public amenity. So judging this, this proposed local development plan against the operational planning framework, which has been published by the Planning Commission, looking at specifically the livable neighbourhoods framework, looking at Table 1 and the access to public open space. It says within the livable neighbourhoods framework is that dwellings should be located within 300 metres of public open space. There's no public open space within 300 metres. To get to, could I have an extension of time, please?
So I'm happy to move. Seconded, Councillor Hutton. By a show of hands, those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. The additional 200 dwellings puts a significant amount of pressure on the public open space in Connolly. Given that the golf course used to provide a public open space outcome and no longer does, there is now, on my calculations, just less than 4% public open space in Connolly. So it would be expected that these additional 200 dwellings would then be using that 4% as their recreational areas. The Livable Neighbourhoods framework also lays out how close public open space should be to a particular dwelling, as I said. These dwellings are the next real available public open space as far as a walkable catchment is over 800 metres away. So looking at the context of this development, it doesn't seem to be appropriate to be putting this in without there to be some type of amenity that's created. It was suggested that there is amenity from people being able to use the resort itself, but then that would be a private commercial arrangement between the owners of the resort and anyone who lived in these dwellings. That is something that's not to be considered under the planning framework, and the officers have also included that in their report in their considerations. Looking more broadly as well as the context of this development, looking at Connolly is that most of the development is low to medium density. This is a significant change, not just in moving from low density or medium density into what is essentially high density. It's also looking at the shape of Connolly as a whole. Connolly is, it used to be a quarry, a limestone quarry, and so the shape of Connolly is like a bowl, and this development would be sitting as almost a tower in the centre of that bowl. So all the houses in Connolly, when they were built, had a caveat which was put on them that they were, if they were near the golf course, they were to face in on the golf course. With this building at the centre of the golf course, all those houses then face into this building, and this building faces out onto all those houses. So there is a significant concern, which I believe is a real concern, which has been raised by residents, and I think it's a legitimate planning concern, about the observation of those homes and, of course, surveillance and privacy. So looking at those elements together, I think that this is a development which is inconsistent with Connolly. It's inconsistent with its characteristics. It's inconsistent with the local area. And then in addition to that, when we consider adding 200 dwellings when there isn't public open space, this local development plan does not seek to add public open space. I've also looked into, and I've asked the officers to try and provide examples where a local development plan has been used to facilitate a development of this sort. And they got back to me and they gave examples of local development plans which were part of not this type of development, but matters which were precinct plans, where there was a structure plan and then the local development plan sat under the structure plan. So this type of development, I can't find examples of, say, adding 200 dwellings, 14 stories, 12 stories, in which there is no structure plan which it sits under, which provides those answers around public open space and amenity. In fact, the examples which the officers gave me, I think one was in Melville and local development plans there. That one sits specifically under a structure plan which makes allotments for public open space and other public amenity. This one here does not make allotments for public open space. It does not add amenity to accommodate these additional dwellings. And so looking at this in a planning framework as a whole, I don't think this is a suitable development in this location. At the policy committee, which this recommendation originated from, those were many of the discussion points which were raised. I've asked Councillor Raftis to move an amendment to formally add those into the motion, to add a 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, which after this, after myself and the seconder, Councillor Hutton, I hope that he will move forward with. But in addition to that, I also like to speak to those members of the policy committee which did not vote in favour of this, which was, of course, the Mayor, Councillor Hamilton Prime and Councillor Rebecca Pizzi. And I just ask you individually to think carefully about what is being presented now with...
Councillor Kingston, I'm going to caution you there. And Rule 7.14, it's not appropriate to reflect on the actions of other councillors because A, their comments in the committee and the reasons for why they will have a chance to comment to, and B, you are straying very, very close to breaching 7.14, the attribution of motives to others. So I'm going to ask you to veer away from that. If you continue, I'll make a ruling on whether you're breaching or not.
I will withdraw and apologise to all three members of the committee if there was any attributions which were made which were inappropriate.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I'd firstly like to echo much of the sentiment that was just put forward by Councillor Kingston. Now, in addition to that, this evening we obviously heard from lots of residents of Connolly. One of the comments that stood out to me was the fact that Connolly residents aren't anti-development, but development just has to be done appropriately. I would echo that and say that the City of Joondalup is not anti-development. We just believe, well, you know, as a councillor, I believe the city believes that developments must just be done appropriately in accordance with planning frameworks. And as North Ward councillor representing the Joondalup CBD, it would be amiss of me not to mention the fact that the Joondalup CBD is crying out for development like this to happen in our centre. We have unrestricted height restrictions, so you can develop as high as you want, and we're actively calling out for it. It is a very appropriate place for high-rise developments to take place. But as Councillor Kingston has said, the proposed development within Connolly and within the golf course, unfortunately, does not meet those requirements as far as I'm concerned from the documents that have been made available for us. So I encourage you all to support this motion. I will also be supporting the foreshadowed amendments. Yeah, we're not anti-development. We're pro-development, but it has to be done within the planning frameworks that we have before us.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I've been attending the Connolly Residents Association meetings regularly for the last 10 years. There's lots of faces in the gallery there I recognise. So this is delicate for me. And I've received 11 emails from Connolly residents who are not happy with the development proposal. Liz, who spoke earlier, she mentions the safety risks the development's going to have for golfers. Maria mentioned it will destroy the serenity of the area. Poppy said it was detrimental to the character of the area. David mentioned not a CBD type area, Connolly, so why is it being treated like that? Grace had concerns about the traffic jams caused by limited entry and exits. Philip, I think this is a good one. It's, are the apartments going to be a target market for rich overseas customers? Robin, concern for loss of habitat for the Carnaby cockatoo. Anne, who spoke earlier, Connolly residents were sold in the 1990s with covenants restricting development to 2 stories only. So where's the change now? Susan, she mentions the huge impact and burden it will have on the roads and infrastructure and the environment. This one I love, so I'll speak to this one slowly. Ruth, erosion of community character. This issue is not solely about infrastructure, it's about identity and social cohesion. High-rise development replaces character with transience, community with exclusivity. High-rise developments often attract short-term rentals and investors over long-term residents, leading to social fragmentation. Helen mentions the change in the skyline would create a constant sense of being watched and undermine the peaceful, low-density character of Connolly. Now, I concur with all these views. However, we have a serious housing shortfall in Perth. Secondly, Joondalup Country Club is a major stakeholder in the city of Joondalup. Their sustainability is important to Connolly and the city of Joondalup. If they were to go under, what would happen to all the golf course? I'll tell you what, look at the Vines and the Glen Iris Lakes golf course, where it's all development now. I do not want to see that happen to Connolly Golf Course. So in the long-term interest of sustaining a significant, magnificent golf course in Connolly, I have to make the hard decision of supporting the development. And I know that's not going to go down well with the residents. And nevertheless, the WA Planning Commission may have the final say on this anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the amendments as circulated previously by Councillor Kingston.
So moved, although I did notice they make quite a significant change, but moved, yep. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Hutton. Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll sort of follow on from in full support of the detailed explanation provided by Councillor Kingston and a discussion on this matter, obviously at the Policy Committee. In terms of where we look at this, which is a development plan, which was clarified, this is a plan and not an application. So from my point of view, we're looking at a plan of what we would like to see developed in this area, and frankly I don't see a 14 and 12-storey tower as part of what we would want to see as a council or as a city in this particular location. The reference to the damage, the impact on the local amenity, the impact on the natural environment, I think the significance of it is just at another level. The reference to 80 metres plus of tower in comparison to the nearby trees, you're talking 3+ times the size of those trees. This thing's just going to stick out like nothing else in that landscape. So from my point of view, it just seems just wrong size, and I think it was a good comment made by one of the residents earlier this evening. It's about having the right kind of development for that location, and this plan is not what you would view as the right kind of development in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton. Seconder?
Yes, sorry, nothing to add.
Thank you. Further comments on the amendment, Councillor Kingston?
Oh, just on the amendment, I would just like to encourage everyone to vote for the amendment, even if they wish to vote against the substantive motion. I think it's important that the substantive motion has these additional points added to it. So this is about providing clarity in case the developer seeks a review of the decision in the State Administrative Tribunal. It's important that there are some written aspects of the reasons for refusal. So I'd encourage everyone to support this amendment just for that reason, to provide some clear reasons if the substantive motion is then to be supported. I'd like to thank Councillor Raftis for putting this forward for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciolo.
I'll wait post this.
Further comments on the amendment? Councillor Pizzi.
I have a few comments about this overall. I think that the site is a good site for apartments and development for downsizing and much needed housing. I do have considerable concern for this development for its environmental impacts. I feel it's time that developers are made and developments are made with thought to ensure their footprint keep to the natural environment, and in this case, mature trees that are frequented by black cockies. I do not agree with the environmental impacts of the current development plan that will lose those trees. I support development in this location. I think it is a good spot to develop apartments and further housing, but I cannot support something that will damage the natural bush.
Thank you. Further comments on the amendment? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I'm just seeking to have officers' comment in response to this alternate, just to make sure we've got it covered, given that we've moved from what was the original recommendation. And specifically, I'd appreciate a comment from the officers regarding point 1.1 as to whether the proposed development's scale, intensity, significance is indeed inconsistent with the LDP process. Thank you.
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the amendment to the Policy Committee's recommendation, point 1.1, and I think I answered a question similar at the briefing session. The city's view is that the process undertaken by the applicant has met the requirements of the regulations in terms of preparing a local development plan, and so there's not necessarily within that process guidance in relation to scale or intensity or significance. That's part of the assessment that's undertaken in the process rather than the process itself. In relation to the alternate that, beg your pardon, the amendment that's been proposed, the additional elements that's been drawn in, as Councillor Kingston referred to earlier, do provide a little more guidance on Council's decision if they do accept this amendment, particularly if the application was to be referred to the State Administrative Tribunal for review. It starts to set the tone as to what Council's core issues are with the local development plan. But similarly, in relation to a similar question earlier tonight, the amendment is looking to expand upon the Policy Committee's recommendation, which was contrary to the officer recommendation. And so in that broad aspect, the officer comment wouldn't be to support the amendment.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. I'll hold it there, but I'll have other comments when we go to substantive. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments on the amendment? Just a quick comment from myself, and I will comment further on the primary motion. But just on the amendment, I made a quick comment that it does actually seem to some extent to change the intent. Now, I have allowed it as an amendment because, and I appreciate the early heads up from Councillor Kingston, and I'd already said that we would, but it actually, and I only noticed in the meeting, makes quite a significant change. In particular, point 2 of the original committee recommendation notes that the proposed future development scale, intensity and significance is inconsistent with the local planning development process. That is reworded in 1.1 to say inconsistent with the local development planning process, which is a set LDB process which is before us. Happy to allow it as an amendment, but it's quite key, particularly since there's been narrative around the community about those who voted against it in committee. Well, if you look at the committee recommendation, point 2 is nonsensical. So obviously elected members, a number would have voted against it because it notes that so an application following the local planning development process is inconsistent with the local planning development process. Well, obviously we can't even say that because that process is being followed. Secondly, I'm aware other elected members have had emails saying, oh, we've been informed that you have this position or that position, which they've challenged. Rightly so, because most elected members have held their opinion to themselves, as they should, because this is a semi-judicial role that we perform here, and waited until now to comment and make a decision. It's interesting, I note some said that sources had named individual elected members. If that is the case, I don't know what those sources were, but I suspect they have not been balanced or accurate if they have inferred reasons that councillors may have voted against in policy or councillors' intent here. So noting the difference in that wording, now we have before us a reason saying that it is inconsistent with the LDP process. Well, that's a clear reason. I have my own view on whether or not it is that I'll express soon. But whether an application which follows the planning development process is inconsistent with the planning development process, well, clearly it can't be by definition because it's sitting within that process. And that alone was enough reason not to support the committee recommendation. Councillor Raftis, do you wish to close on the amendment?
No, thanks. Other than, yeah, please support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the amendment and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and the vote on the amendment is tied. I will cast my casting vote in support of the amendment for the reasons that I just outlined. It doesn't change my view on the proposal, but the amendment at least has some structure if it passes. So I'll support it for that reason. That now forms the primary motion, and we resume debate. Councillors. Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you, through you. Firstly, I'd want to acknowledge up front that, yes, I do have concerns about the heights proposed. That concern is valid, and it's one I share with many in the community. However, it's important to be clear about what is before us tonight. This is not a building approval. Tonight's item is about approval of a local development plan, a planning instrument that sets parameters and guidelines for future development on the site. An LDP does not grant approval for a building or any specific design. That is a separate process which comes later through a detailed development application and building approval process. And based on recent history, will most likely go straight to WA planning. For clarity, a local development plan, or an LDP, sets out guidelines and parameters for future development on a site. It does not approve any specific buildings, nor does it grant permissions to construct. That process comes later through a separate development application and building approval process. What is before us this evening is the approval of a draft local development plan, not a development application or a building design submission. The LDP submitted has been assessed and it's compliant with the relevant planning framework. While I've received a number of emails and messages comparing this to my position on the Delos development in Sorrento, I want to address that clearly. Delos was a building approval, one where the WA Planning Commission bypassed the Hillary's local structure plan. That is not the case here. We are not approving a building tonight. We are assessing a local development plan that sits within our current planning system. I have consistently advocated for the protection of our local planning frameworks. To defend the Hillary's local structure plan and then turn around and dismiss the compliant LDP would be inconsistent and hypocritical. We are considering an LDP that aligns with our endorsed planning system. My position has always been to defend and uphold our local planning framework. I have criticised the state government for bypassing local planning, as I have consistently done in relation to the Hillary structure plan. And then to fail and support a compliant local development plan here would be just inconsistent. Again, I do have concerns about the future building heights. I do. But those concerns belong in the next stage of this process, when a building proposal is brought forward. At that point, there will be an extensive and rigorous assessment process. My planning approach is grounded in supporting development that is consistent with local character, guided by sounding planning principles, and informed by the community. That framework does matter. So again, do I have concerns about the potential building height? Absolutely I do. But at this stage, it's about a plan, not a building, and the plan is compliant. I will continue to advocate for planning processes that protect our community interests and ensure that future development is responsible, transparent, and respectful of its surroundings. But I'll also support compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at I suppose, plan to set in some reference to guidelines or parameters. It's not going to. Is it going to set guidelines or parameters? It sets an indication, but doesn't limit a developer from putting in something higher or bigger. So contemplate the activities of how the state panel has approved large development applications. And is the developer then going to say, well, City Joondalup's happy with 12 or 14, I can put a submission a bit higher, I'm going straight to the state now. It's not going to come back to the Joondalup Council, and I might get something bigger. So supporting a height at this, I think, has its risks, and as opposed to coming in as a limitation. So from my point of view, we need to be looking at this as what is the right kind of development? What do we want to see in that area? And it's made very clear that to keep the amenity of that area, it needs to be a better scale and more suitable to that environment. And 12 or 14 just doesn't suit it. In reference to the comments around the housing crisis we have, the sort of housing that this is going to deliver is not affordable housing. This is not going to really make any impact on our housing crisis, in my view. This isn't suit downsizes, but we're talking about $1 million plus apartments, if not more. So are we going to assist? I'd rather see, as Councillor Hutton referred to, towers in the City of Joondalup CBD area that are, I would, in my view, much more alleviating of the affordable housing crisis that we face. So let's look at what will be delivered from this type of development. And I did wander along to that presentation that was held at the resort to discuss this matter, and wasn't heavily impressed about how it was presented and conveyed. And I did have concern about the views that in terms of delivering on amenity for the residents that would go into these buildings would be particularly in access to open space was, well, that'll be an issue for the City Joondalup to work with, and that's not an issue for the developer. This is, and the city will get rates out of these buildings, and that's for them to then deliver those requirements. So from my point of view, let's keep that in mind that, yeah, if the City of Joondalup is going to face the requirements to deliver amenity to the residents in this area, let's make sure the development is one that will support that. So in terms of the plan that would provide some guidelines for that development that will come down the path, let's have one that is suitable for delivering a better long-term outcome for all involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just I may be seeking a small amendment on this, but I might, if I may ask a question of the city officers first to clarify something. Is the Joondalup Local Resort Development Plan, is it inconsistent with the local development planning process? Is it or is it not?
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The city's view is that the local development plan has followed the necessary steps required by the regulations to prepare a local development plan. So to that end, the city believes that it's consistent with the local development planning process.
That being the case, I'd like to somehow seek an amendment to remove 1.1 because it actually is a falsehood.
I can't because
it's not true.
Yeah, more or less my view as I expressed in the amendment, but that can't be done by amendment because that was the primary. If you look at the motion that was passed by the committee, that was the entirety of the reason for not supporting it. So
I do understand that. I was just reading the particular wording of it. In that way, in that sense, can we vote those separately maybe?
Yes. Yes. That's a way to tackle it. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further comments? Councillor Hamilton-Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some questions, please, of the Director. If this is not supported, what is the process after this?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The process, if council don't approve the local development plan, we would advise the West Australian Planning Commission only because this particular local development plan also requires their approval. We'd be advising them, but they wouldn't have a role to play. What it does do is provides the opportunity for the applicant to seek a review of council's decision at the State Administrative Tribunal. So effectively there's a right of appeal available for the applicant if council refuse the local development plan.
Supplementary, please, Mr. Mayor. Just another question, thank you, Director Lee, through yourself, Mr. Mayor. Has there been precedents where this has occurred, where this has been a type of planning instrument has been rejected and it's been sought for the SAT as a review?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Not one that I can recall within the city of Joondalup where a local development plan has been refused and an appeal's been lodged with the State Administrative Tribunal. But I would be very confident that there has been appeals made to local development plans that haven't been supported by local governments in the past. I just can't recall any off the top of my head, but I would be fairly confident to suggest that has been the case.
Just another question, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, through yourself, Mr. Mayor, to Director Lee, and have they been, obviously noting that you can't really recall particular circumstances or incidents where it did happen, generally speaking, were they successful and what was the outcome of that?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I probably can't answer that question with any specificity. What I can perhaps provide is through the State Administrative Tribunal process. Typically what the State Administrative Tribunal first seeks to do is to have the two parties mediate and effectively identify what the key issues are for both parties and see if there is some compromise that's available. If there appears to be some compromise in a without prejudice basis, that's then referred back to the decision maker to see if they want to reconsider their earlier decision. If there's not a compromise available or if the decision maker reaffirms their earlier decision not to support the proposal, it would then be a matter for the State Administrative Tribunal to hear themselves. So effectively they step into the shoes of council, if you like, and become the decision maker on the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just another question, if I may. Director Lee, if I'm correct, they can make the decision for us.
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, if the applicant appeals council's decision and it ultimately ends up being heard by the State Administrative Tribunal, they become the decision maker for the local development plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just another question, if I may. So, given that decision that is then taken out of our hands could be whatever it could be, it's obviously out of the immediate council and community's grasp, so to speak.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. To a degree, but I don't think it would be a case that the State Administrative Tribunal would necessarily be considering something from a blank slate, if you like. I would think the proposal that the applicant had in front of council would be the starting point. So I don't think it would be a case that they would switch out the local development plan, if you like, and chase something far different. I'd imagine that their starting point or their end goal would be what they've sought approval from the local government in the first instance.
Further comments? I'll go Deputy Mayor and then Councillor O'Neill. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks to you, Mr Mayor. I do have some comments, but also want to comment on some of the things that have been said so far just now. And I'll just refer back to this point 1.1. Elected members will recall at the briefing session I did raise some concerns with the reason for departure given in the policy committee minutes, and that's effectively what we're seeing in 1.1, and there's been comments from several, from the director and from several elected members now, which I think also shares concerns with that. So I just advise elected members to be very aware of what that 1.1 implies before voting on it. Secondly, there was comment raised about potentially this development effectively destroying bushland. I just want to remind elected members that, as far as I've seen from the documents before us, the proposed Site A and Site B are actually located fundamentally in land that's used as overflow car parks or tennis courts and not sort of pristine bushland. And again, looking at the tree canopy at Site A, as far as I can see, only 3 trees were proposed to be removed in the middle of that site, and the surrounding trees are intended to remain intact. So that's just comments on what people said, so I'll go back to what I was going to say. So I've thoroughly reviewed the report before us and also the deputations, public statements and public questions regarding this matter. I'd like to be clear on the decision that Council is making this evening. If I understand correctly, Council is being asked to make a decision on planning matters associated with the proposed local development plan. Whilst residents have raised a plethora of concerns, my understanding is that most of those concerns are not valid planning considerations. As such, my focus is on what I see as the primary concern here, being the height of the proposed buildings in Site A. Now, the report references a total building height of 14 stories or 45 metres, whilst the LDP includes reference to a maximum building height of 80 metres above Australian height datum, being an actual building height of 60.9 metres at this site. So I'd like to get some clarity on this very important point of the building heights. Can I firstly ask, through Mr Mayor, why there is reference to the Australian height datum? It seems illogical for building heights to be referenced to AHD at locations with elevations that are well inland and well above mean sea level. For example, Karamunda has an average elevation of 300 metres above Australian height datum. If you had the same criteria there, you couldn't even build a single-storey house. So I think it's worthwhile just exploring why that reference occurs. Thank you.
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Perhaps to start with, one of the recommendations that the officers are suggesting as part of the modifications to the local development plan is removing reference to the metres per Australian height datum for that exact reason. It seems that there has been some confusion caused by that. But the reference to 80 metres AHD, the Australian height datum is a relative measurement, so the 80 metres in this instance wouldn't be from 0 metres, if you like. The AHD for the ground level of the building in this instance is 19.1 metres, I think, from memory. So that would pick up the reference that you made, Deputy Mayor, in relation to the actual height of 60.9 metres. That in itself causes a few issues because that's actually not a true reflection of what 14 stories is in metres. 14 stories is more likely to be around 45 metres in height. Because of those inconsistencies and the confusion, the city believes it's more appropriate to remove reference to AHD, and certainly the interpretation of the AHD measurement that it would actually be a 60.9 metre height, whereas the modification suggested by the city is that it would be very clear that the building height is 14 stories, which is akin to 45 metres.
Okay, thank you. Let me be very clear. AHD is the Australian height datum, which is effectively mean sea level. There is no confusion about that. If people use the reference incorrectly, that can indeed cause confusion. Brings me nicely to my next point, which is I note that the city recommendation is to modify the LDP to allow a maximum of 14 stories at Site A and 6 stories at Site B. Can I ask if the existing planning framework covering Site A contemplates and allows for a building height of 14 stories at Site A, or does the proposal before us represent a clear non-compliance with the provisions of LPS 3? Thank you.
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. At the moment, there essentially is no framework or no height for residential development, multiple dwelling development for the site. That's the purpose of the local development plan that council is being asked to consider tonight, is to set the framework or the guidelines, if you like, for what a future development can develop to. So at this stage, the proposed height limits aren't non-compliant because there's not a compliant metric there for the time being.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. And finally, for 2 locations on our city's coastline, the state government has recently approved building heights that substantially exceed heights that were permissible under the prevailing planning frameworks, overruling the city's recommendations and decisions of council. So as reflecting the comments made by Councillor Vinciula, I'm in a similar mode here, that I'm certainly not comfortable that it's appropriate to refuse this LDP if the advice of the city's planning professionals is that the proposal is in compliance with the existing planning framework, or indeed consistent with the local development planning process. In other words, contradicts 1.1 that's presented before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that we are voting 1, then 1.1, then 1.2, then 1.3, then 2. Yes.
Further comments? Are you commenting? Sorry, you only ask questions. Councillor Hamilton-Bryan, comments?
Just a question, if I could.
Can I just go comments first? Unless it's... Were you seeking to comment, Councillor Fishby?
Yes, if I may, please, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Fishby.
Yeah. I guess in relation to this, that I think I'm going to speak in opposition to the local development plan, as it's a question of suitability, balance, and the preservation of the community character. And the proposal before us to facilitate approximately 190 high-density dwellings up to 14 stories is for me out of scale and out of character and out of touch with the suburb of Connolly. We need to acknowledge all the submissions received, where 85% were objecting, expressing deep, genuine and heartfelt concerns about the damage this development would do to their suburb, the environment and their way of life. I'd just like to make, perhaps see 6 key reasons why I believe the council should refuse the LDP. Point 1 is the scale and compatibility with the local character. Connolly is a low-rise, low-density suburb, and therefore the introduction of buildings up to 14 stories in height would alter its character. This is simply not about height, but it's about the bulk and scale. More precisely, it fails to relate to the surroundings of the environment with that bulk and scale. So high-rise development on the site would tower over homes and undermine some visual privacy. Let's be clear, it's not what Connolly was built for, and I believe it's not what our planning framework really intended. And point 2, the environmental impact. The Joondalup resort, I believe, is an area more than a golf course. It's a precious habitat. It's a home to, as mentioned, the endangered Carnaby black cockatoo, the forest red-tailed cockatoo, and a host of other native species. The comment was made earlier this evening that we need to hold the line and save the tree when we're considering the removal of a mature tree at 3A Lander Boulevard, which was not supported. So if we remove 1 tree or more mature trees, we're also removing natural habitat for our wildlife. Point 3, overdevelopment infrastructure stress. Connolly roads are local, narrow and already busy. The proposed development will bring a substantial increase, I believe, in traffic with no clear strategy to mitigate that. There's one way in and one way out of the resort, posing not only traffic problems, but also serious emergency management risk, particularly if there's a bushfire. Moreover, there's no guarantee of firm plans for public transport upgrades, school capacity expansion, or medical service support to accommodate a population increase, as mentioned by Councillor Kingston, of this great magnitude. And point 4, light, noise and amenity impacts. Tall buildings bring, I believe, tall problems, noise, light and pollution, and privacy loss issues. They also come hand in hand with high-rise living. Families who currently enjoy a peace and tranquility in their gardens could be overlooked by balconies, shadowed by towers and impacted by noise. These are serious, I believe, intrusions into the days and lives of these residents. Point 5 is procedural and planning concerns. This process represents a significant departure, in my mind, from the original zoning intent. Clause 9 of the scheme provides for additional use, yes, but it clearly states that the predominant use must remain private community purposes. The local development plan presented to us includes significant variations to the R codes. It proposes replacement provisions that weaken the existing protection on height and plot ratio and setbacks. And yet this comes with a comprehensive technical or upgraded, without those technical justification or updated visual impact modelling. And my 6th point is that the voice of the community has been loud and clear, from the detailed submissions to letters from even school children, that Connolly residents are passionately united in opposition to this development. I guess when young people write to me expressing or urging us to protect their suburb and the environment, I think we should listen to them. We owe them more than platitudes. Finally, in conclusion, this is a defining moment, and I'm not opposed to progress or development, but I believe progress must never come at the cost of people, place or our planet. So I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Further comments? Councillor O'Neill?
I've only asked questions, I haven't made a comment.
No, that's right. I couldn't recall if the second round was just questions or
it's
comments.
just questions so
Councillor
far.
O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to thank all the residents of Connolly for coming out this evening and showing in force what they want. I wish the decisions were easier from time to time, but this one has been made very easy. It's something that the Connolly residents are concerned about. I think it's great that you guys have all come out here this evening, and I think it's really something that we should have a little bit more of in our city. It's clear that although it does, as stated by the officers, comply with the local development planning process, it doesn't comply with what the residents of Connolly want. I have asked for these to be voted separately for that reason, but I think all in all, for us to sort of, you know, just brush it under and then let WAPC have their way with it isn't the way about it either. I think we should vote the way that the residents of Connolly want it. They live there, they're the ones that are affected by it.
Thank you. Further comments? Just a couple from myself, and I did say I'd speak to the item. First of all, as has been said by a few speakers, we don't actually have a development proposal before us. What is before us is a local development plan. It's not a building. If this is approved, if this is ultimately approved at the Planning Commission level and signed off, anything further will require a DA, and it will be very different to what's before us. I don't think what's been put forward in the LDP is likely to bear any resemblance to what would ultimately happen there, even if the LDP is passed. And you look at any similar proposal around the city of Joondalup for the last 20 years, or indeed around Perth, that's always the way that it rolls out. This is just the LDP at this stage. A number of people who've been speaking against the LDP have made the point it's just a due regard document. People can put in an application that is higher. That's correct. It's entirely correct, and that's a factor of my decision making. So it doesn't actually set it at those limits, and in fact they could very well put in applications that are lower. Again, if you look at the evidence of the sort of applications that we get in this city, Sorrento 2 has just been named, but others all around the city, with the exception of Art House, we have not seen a single application in the entire time of the city that exceeds 8 stories. As much as these will be at the higher end of the market, these are not at the height of the market of, say, the Aura development directly opposite Sorrento Quays right now, which is limited to 8, and others which you've seen in and around different areas. Most likely, the DA in the market reality of a proposal in a place like this would be about 6 to 8, and all of the evidence of similar projects points to that. So if we're just considering a local development plan, and the market would say in reality it's at height, probably at the most 6 to 8 stories will be the development proposal. The question for me is, are we as a council prepared to entertain an apartment proposal in this location? And the answer for me on that is a clear yes. Yes, and I don't think it's defensible to say no, that we wouldn't consider an apartment proposal in this development location, particularly within the scale of what I've been referencing. We do have a need around Perth for these developments. We have a clear planning direction being driven upon us that I've talked about. And reference was made, up to 200 dwellings. It'll probably be less than that. But even on environmental considerations, this is a largely cleared block. The final development may even leave all those trees in place. But even if 3 trees are cleared, 200 dwellings at 500 square metres on the outer edge of metropolitan Perth is 2 hectares of virgin bush, because that's the alternative. If you're not building medium density to 6 to 8 stories on sites like this, you're clearing at least 500 metres of virgin bush on the outskirts of Perth, which is all Carnaby habitat, for every single dwelling. So the environmental equation, when you look at it from a metropolitan-wide calculus, isn't even close. And that's why the state government policy direction is pushing us in the way that it is. And what we have before us has to be considered within that broader state planning context. Housing need, yes, this is at the higher end of the market, but it frees up housing in other areas. There will certainly be buyers for it. Probably most of the market for this would be downsizers within the local area, but that will free up family homes, that will free up other areas, and market supply ultimately affects market affordability at the more affordable end if there's more supply. And some of the unaffordability we're seeing is supply constraints right across Perth metropolitan area, which is why we have the state government interventions that we do. And the key thing for me is this doesn't even need to be here. Quite surprised Joondalup Resort even took this path, to be honest. They could have just, if they were actually proposing a 14-storey building, I'll tell you right now, they probably could have just gone straight to the Planning Commission with a Part 11B significant development, and this wouldn't even be happening. Can I seek a brief extension? Thank you. Moved Councillor Hamilton Prime, seconded Deputy Mayor. By show of hands, those in favour? Against? Thank you. We've seen that over and again. In fact, every other development in the city anywhere near this scale, ever since Part 11B came in, has gone straight to the SDAU or the Planning Commission. This is the first time a developer's actually come to the city in years with a proposal like this and sought to properly, as we've been calling for, engage with us and change the planning framework. Now, we're all decrying the fact that more and more of our planning powers are being stripped away from us, but here we have a good corporate citizen, because that's what Joondalup Resort are. They're a good partner of the city. They've always sought to engage with Connolly and its residents. Yes, they're a business, but they are a good corporate citizen in this city over many, many years. And they're the first who've come here. What sort of experience are we going to give them? And calls that you have a 2-storey limit, I'm sorry, that's just not realistic. And when if this gets knocked back, go straight to the Planning Commission with a 6 or 8, or probably not, but something even higher, it'll probably just get approved. And that makes sense if you look at it in the context of everything else that we're seeing right across Perth metropolitan area. So I, for one, do want to see more local planning powers come back to us. This isn't a binding plan, and for the first time in years, Council, we have a proponent who is a good corporate citizen wanting to work through the council and through the local community with their proposal. And how we treat them tonight will decide whether they do that at the next stage when they actually have a building or not. So that's why I'm voting for this, because I want Joondalup Resort to continue to engage with you, the residents, and us, the council, and do it at a grassroots level. But if we knock it back for the, frankly, not very well detailed reasons that we have before us, they'll probably just go straight to 11B like everybody else does. Thank you. People might not like hearing that, but that is the fact. And that is how it is playing out right across Perth metropolitan area. I support Joondalup. I wanted Joondalup to be a place where people felt they could come to council and they could engage with the community. The fact is, if we don't allow for this process and continue to engage with them, next time they won't. So I won't be supporting this one, and I will foreshadow the recommendation that the officers took to the policy committee. Are there further comments? Councillor Kingston, do you wish to close?
Yes, I do. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank all the residents who have come and sat through the meeting and listened to all the comments and concerns. I'm now going to address all the responses against the alternate motion. First, with Councillor Jones, raised concerns around a housing crisis and development opportunities around Joondalup. Joondalup has in excess at the moment of the housing targets as development potentials around the district, across the HOAs, in the Joondalup city centre, at the Ocean Reef Marina, and at many other locations. So is this addressing the housing crisis? There's many other opportunities. And as we heard tonight, it's not a development application. This isn't actually leading towards building houses. This is setting a development standard for height of 14 stories, 12 and 6. Then the concern raised about if this is not approved, that the golf course will go under. Well, I'm not sure it's right to enter into the mind of the proponent and their financial positions. But if there was a proposal to wind up the course and to convert it to housing, that would have to first go through the council as a scheme amendment and then also to the minister. So I think there is a long political process, and I think people should engage if that was to occur. But again, I'm not going to enter into the mind of the proponent and assume what they may or may not do. Coming then to Councillor Ventulo's comments about, again, this is not a development application. This is a local development plan to set standards for the site. That is correct. And so this is proposing 14 and 12. And so if, as we've heard multiple times tonight, the developer wishes to seek the 11B pathway or another development pathway, if they propose a development application that meets those standards, meets the 14 stories, meets the 12, and meets the relevant residential design codes in Volume 2, there will not be an opportunity to say that's inappropriate for the site because it'll meet the standards which tonight we are deciding to approve. Now we've also heard about what the market may or may not do on the site. The developer looking at these plans and looking what's gone through the design review panel has quite detailed plans, quite advanced internal drawings. I think it would be, again, I can't enter into their mind and say what they would do. I would say that if somebody's seeking 14 stories and they have got detailed plans of that sort, maybe they'd also be considering a development application at that scale and type. Again, we don't necessarily know what the market is intending, but again, it's up to the individual developer what they intend to build at the site. So I don't think it's right to try and foreshadow that it may or may not be 8 stories, 6 stories. I think we should take it at face value that if we're setting a standard for 14, it's a standard for 14, 12 and 6. And if we approve it, then we say to ourselves, we are happy with that. We think that's appropriate for the context and the location. And again, as we heard, it's a due regard document. And if they decide to go through the planning commission and say, oh, we want extra stories, maybe that's something they might try to do, they might not. But if we set a guideline of 14 and 12, that's the starting point if they wanted to go in excess of that. So I think that's a bit of a concern. In relation to point 1.1, if people don't agree with that, they can just vote against it. However, I will defend the proposition is that the planning framework is quite clear. There's 2 manner-informed documents that relate to the local development planning process. One which is under State Planning Policy 7.2, which is not this one. It's not a precinct. The other one relates to the local development planning process generally. The Planning Commission, in its planning bulletins and within the last year, has actually been releasing statements saying that the local development planning process should not be being used as the way it has been in the last couple of years, and its use should be restricted back to how it was in the livable neighbourhoods documents, that it's actually being incorrectly used at the moment and should be used again for addressing constraints on small sites. So although, yes, it is a provision that's being considered in the Joondalup planning scheme, again, I still think that it's inconsistent with the local planning process. But again, if councillors don't wish to support that item, that's fine. Point 1, 1.2 and 1.3 do address the concerns around scale and height. Could I have an extension of time, please?
Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor O'Neill by show of hands. Those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Councillor.
Thank you. So 1.2, 1.3 deal with questions of scale and the scale of the height of the building, which is, for many people, it's the contentious element. And it's contentious not just because the scale in itself is a problem, it's the way that the scale relates to their other properties, privacy, surveillance. It's not just a concern which is just that people don't want a high-density building in this area. Now, I imagine there's a range of views among the community what it may or may not be, or what is suitable in the site, whether something should be at the tree line or not. But what we have here is a question for the council. Does the council support development standards at this site of 14 and 12? And as I said, if you do, and then that means if a development application comes in, and that development application conforms to these standards, conforms to the R codes, there is almost no argument on why that should not be approved. So this is setting a very clear pathway. Most developments do meet the R codes and will try and conform with the standards. The question we have is it or not? Are these standards appropriate to the site or not? And I think that's the point which is the main concern for the community, the scale of these, the scale of what is proposed in this local development plan. I don't think it's right to fall back on the argument it's not a development application. At that time, there will be the opportunity to have more of a say. Yes, there will be a consultation, but yes, if it meets these standards, then, you know, that's what will be approved. So, and in excess, if they say they want discretions against that, well, the 14 is where they'll go. Now, to talk about procedural elements, where this may or may not go later, is actually not a planning consideration. We're meant to be considering is 14 or 12 stories appropriate on the site. But to answer those comments that have been raised, first dealing with, well, if we approve this, they might go straight to the SDAU. Well, they might. They might go straight to the state government for an approval. But if we refuse the 14 and 12, we can say, well, we didn't think 14 and 12 were appropriate at that site when the local government is consulted. If we approve this and they go to the state government, again, if they meet the standards that are in this, and it's 14 and 12 stories in the development application, that's what they want to build, and it meets the R codes, it's going to get approved. There's almost I can't see a way out of that personally. So again, that's the core argument here. We can speculate on what the market may or may not provide, but you know, we have plans here that are not just saying what the scale of the development might look like. We have, through the design review process, we have internal drawings for some of these buildings. We have fairly clear elements. So again, we don't know what they're going to do, but I think if you've got mature plans, maybe that's an indication, maybe it's not. So putting all those elements together, as I said, I don't think we should be approving this. I don't think it represents our residents to approve this. I don't think this has a good outcome for the community in Connolly. It is inconsistent with the character of the area, as Councillor Fishwick said. It is quite different. I think that's apparent on the face of it. So I would encourage everyone to consider things when they vote. Consider the comments from Councillor Fishwick in his summaries, myself, Councillor Raftis, Councillor O'Neill, and the comments which the residents have made tonight, saying that this local development plan should not be approved. I think it sets a problematic precedent. And again, even if people say, yes, as Councillor Pizzey did raise, this is a good place for high density. It may be a good place for high density, but the question tonight is not high density of any sort. The question is tonight, do we approve that the standard should be 14 and 12 stories? It's not just a general proposition tonight. It's saying, as I said, so if we set that standard and they put in the development application, they say they want to build that, chances are it will be approved. It'd be extremely hard to say that it shouldn't be. So I think weighing that up all together, I would encourage everyone to think about all the planning reasons which have been raised, and to consider also the residents that are here tonight, the residents that couldn't make it tonight, and of course the 85% of people which said this is inappropriate for the area. I mean, planning is not a popularity contest, but those residents have raised, in my opinion, many cases substantive planning reasons, that it's inconsistent with the surrounding locality and the overall scale, will affect the overall amenity in Connolly. Again, the public open space is very limited. So I'd encourage everyone to consider these things carefully when they vote, and encourage everyone to vote for the recommendation that's before us. Thank you.
Thank you. I will put the motion first. I will do 1 before I do 1.1 and 1.2. So just go back up to item 1, does not support, and obviously I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried. Item 1.1, I will put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and item 1.1 is not carried. I will therefore amend, no, please keep that up, governance. So 1.1 is not carried. No, if you go down to 1.2 and 1.3, I just need to check, if you look at 1.3, take out all of that up to comma. So under the reasons above, it can just be as outlined under the reason above. So reasons, or just, yeah, or under reason 1.2 above is fine as well. Drop the S off reason.
Just a point of clarification on that, Mayor, if I may. 1.2 will become 1.1.
Yep.
So it should refer us to 1.1 and the numbers need to change.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will put, unless anybody wants me, can you please change 1.3 to 1.2? Was there any request to put these separately, or are you happy to put them on block? I only had a request. I'll put them on block and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and the item is carried. Thank you. Next item is 13.1.3, proposed amendment to...
Point of order, have we voted on item 2?
Yes, no, I voted on the rest altogether, and I do need a reason, so it's actually a handy point of order. Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Kingston.
Could we just get 1.2 back on the screen and we'll use the wording from that?
You mean 1.1?
Yeah, it's now 1.1. Yep.
Thank you. 13.1.3, Councillor Hutton. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you. I will move the committee's recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I'm happy to second. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I'll just briefly, I know Councillor Kingston has foreshadowed he will be opposing the recommendation. Obviously, there's the application here for amendment to local planning scheme number 3 for lot 55, Deleg Street, Joondalup. Now, I guess the crux of this question is whether or not the development as it is should be developed as per the new, under the new planning scheme, which differs
Sorry, Councillor Kingston. Waving your phone and indicating that you will message or call people is not appropriate. Thank you. And playing to the crowd in a council meeting is not appropriate. I want to be very clear about that.
I apologise for my behaviour if there's been something which I
Thank you.
played to the crowd, and I apologise as well if I've caused a distraction to the meeting in any way.
Thank you. For the benefit of residents, the council has voted to not support the local development plan. Thank you. That was done at point 1. Thank you. This is a formal council meeting. You're encouraged to attend and participate, but also I don't appreciate people yelling out during the meeting. Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yes, I'll briefly start over. As I say, we're referring to...
Please start over and we'll start the timer again too because it was quite distracting. I'm sorry, I apologise, Councillor Hutton.
No, all good.
Please start his time again.
All good, yes. So, as I had said, Councillor Kingston's obviously foreshadowed that he will not be supporting this, so I'll just give you a brief summary of what's before us. Obviously, we've received the application here for Lot 55, Delgado Street, Joondalup. This is to consider a proposed amendment to local planning scheme number 3 to permit additional land uses, warehouse/storage and bulky goods showroom at Lot 55, Delgado Street, Joondalup. Now, the crux of the issue is that this is the one remaining undeveloped block in that section of the Joondalup city centre, which is in the area most of you would know as Winton Road. This application effectively would allow that block to be developed as per the standards which the blocks surrounding it were developed to. In the period since the other blocks were developed, the planning scheme has changed. So effectively, this amendment is effectively seeking to be able to develop that remaining lot as per the same standards as the other lot. I would flag that there is an upcoming full review of this scheme. So again, I don't want to foreshadow the decision that may or may not be made by council, but effectively, if we approve this change, this will allow this lot to be developed as per the surrounding lots, but any future changes to the scheme will then retrospectively apply to all the lots, including this lot. So yes, now again to the crux of the argument, I guess I'm of the opinion that it's going to take a while for there to be demand for a sort of high-rise style development to happen in this sector of the Joondalup CBD. It's obviously the other side of Joondalup Drive. We're struggling at the moment to get high-rise development in the core of the Joondalup city centre. I think this is many years off. Having the vacant block, I don't think achieves anything for us, and I think we should allow it to proceed as per the application. We should see the block developed, and then we should reconsider the various uses for the whole site down the track.
Thank you. I'll reserve my right at this time. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, through Mr Mayor. As a North Ward councillor, I'm supportive of progress being made with development of our vacant lots within our CBD. I am therefore supportive of the recommendation before us. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. I wish to foreshadow the officer's recommendation on this item. I don't think that we should be going ahead and permitting the scheme amendment at this time for the reasons actually the officers have put forward. I think if we go forward on this site and say that yes, they have the same opportunities as the surrounding lots, as Councillor Hutton has said, yes, there's an element of fairness, but at the same time, when those other lots were developed, the planning framework and the planning scheme was quite different in Joondalup. So the city centre plan that we have, so the JACP, allowed it at that time, and at this time it doesn't. I would prefer to have a holistic review of the JACP rather than allowing this to go through at this time. I don't think we need to go forward and allow this scheme amendment to progress. I don't think it really helps with activation. I think a bulky goods showroom and storage and warehouse is exactly the sort of thing I thought as the city we were trying to move away from, and that's why the JACP talks about these uses then not being suitable in these locations. So I think I'm willing to support the officer's recommendation. I think it's the right direction. And what also concerns me is that at this stage, it is just a scheme amendment. Let's say the scheme amendment is approved, and then there's a development application, there's a building built of this sort. The life of a building of that sort, say 30 or 40 years, a civil construction life for it, to me, that's then leading to an outcome where this site is sterilised, for that's probably a better word of putting it, but instead of it then being able to be used in the future as an empty lot to align with what the future aspirations are in the JAPC, JACP, sorry. Instead of it aligning with that, what could be future uses on the site, I think it's locking it in to be storage, it's locking it in to be bulky goods, and I think that's a bit of a concern, and I don't think that's the right direction. So I'd encourage people not to support the motion here from Councillor Hutton, and which is the committee's recommendation, and I'll be foreshadowing the officers.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. While Councillor Kingston does raise some good points, I happen to I have to agree with Councillor Hutton on this one, that it is probably something that we need to look at and support, especially being in the main city areas there. As a council, we are, as well as obviously looking after the community, we look after the businesses as well, and we need to be able to pivot from time to time and adapt. I think small amendments to things like this is a step forward. We encourage people to come into the city and to, take up residence and take up business here. I think it's showing those people that we can do this in the CBD or in the city, sort of outer skirt areas of the city itself. We should be looking at that sort of thing.
Thank you. I might comment very quickly as seconder. Just to say, I understand there are concerns about the site being developed to 2 stories, which is likely if this were to ultimately pass, and then it potentially being sterilised from going higher. The fact is the site's already sterilised. It has been vacant for decades. It is the last vacant site within this area, within this city centre precinct in Winton Road. And as we heard at the deputation, despite multiple potential interested parties, it has been unable to be developed because of the minimum height limits and the restrictions, and that's why they've come forward. What I am encouraged is no one's suggesting that it can be developed at its current scale or is likely to be developed to the current requirements, because we just simply haven't seen any of those developments come through in the close to 8 years since we've seen this plan for Winton Road. Absolutely, in decades to come, we will see Winton Road at that scale, but at this stage, it isn't yet. And in fact, we want that scale closer to where we're sitting now, not yet in Winton Road. But I don't want to discuss that plan, because we'll consider that within a city centre precinct in Globo in the coming months and years. I just want to bring it back. Right here, we have a landowner who has an asset that they've had for decades, and it's going nowhere. They're paying differential industrial rates. We're actually penalising them for having a vacant block. They're desperate for it not to be vacant, and then we're stopping them doing the very planning change to make it not vacant. In fact, if we don't support this, all this motion before us is to advertise it for 42 days. It's not even to approve the scheme amendment, it's just to go to public consultation. Please, please, please support this one, even if you just want to take it to public consultation to test the waters from the neighbours and other businesses. Because if this does get up and we do get that 2-storey proposal that is put forward there, it's going to be a heck of a lot better than the vacant lot that we have now. It'll be dozens of local jobs for Joondalup residents. It'll be other local businesses for Joondalup residents, and we won't have one individual paying vacant industrial land rates year after year for a block that they've just been unable to move. Further comments? did you question, Councillor
Question,
Kingston?
yes. It's a question for the Director of Planning. Is it correct that if we approve this just for public consultation, the Minister must make a decision on this? So a decision's going to get made if we start this process.
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. If a scheme amendment is initiated, it does follow the process. So if the scheme amendment is initiated this evening, we'll advertise it, we'll bring it back to Council to consider the outcomes of consultation. That decision is then referred to the Department of Planning and ultimately to the Minister for a decision.
Thank you. Further comments? Question?
Further question, if
Councillor
that's all right.
Kingston?
So a decision will definitely be made when we commence this process. Is that my understanding from the comments? So if we commence, it's not just commencing a public consultation, it's commencing a decision must be made. So we can't discontinue that process.
Director Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. That's correct. A scheme amendment, once it starts, it needs to complete its journey.
Thank you.
Director Lee, this does come back to Council for a decision on whether to send it on. Is that correct?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. It does come back to Council to consider whether or not they still support and wish to progress with the amendment. If Council elect to not progress with it, we're still required to refer it off to the department.
Thank you. I was about to give you the call to close, Councillor Hutton, but do you have a question?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. In the agenda, it's on page 1005. There is a sort of a depiction of what this site could look like, and it effectively involves like a two-storey face, kind of like office buildings with storage facilities in the back, which looks very presentable. What is the mechanism, if this scheme is approved, for us achieving what I would describe as a sort of desirable outcome like that from a visual and presentation perspective?
Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. The scheme amendment at the moment seeks to just add the additional land uses, so that would create the opportunity for the site to be developed for warehouse or showroom type activities. Through the development application process, this would be a development we would refer to our design review panel, who would make comment and provide feedback in relation to the design. That process does improve, generally speaking, the design outcomes that we get on site, and so we would be hoping for a higher quality showroom or warehouse development. It would also be guided by the Joondalup Activity Centre plan to the extent that we could apply it in terms of requirements around glazing and facade treatments as well.
Councillor Hutton, do you wish to close?
Yeah, if I'll close again, just I guess following on from those questions, I think the depictions on page 1005 do reflect a drastic improvement to the facility and the site. There's obviously been reference to in the debate about providing for a business community, and I would note that we are actually seeing increasing rents in the Winton Road precinct, which has recently caused the local business to shut down. It's been well publicised. So we're not just trying to provide more housing stock, but we're actually hoping to provide more business and more commercial activity, and having a vacant block's not achieving this. So yes, I encourage you all to support this. We'll go out for community consultation, and then we'll follow the process as has been described by the Director of Planning.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. Next, we have 13.1.5, Councillor Kingston.
Sorry, 13.1.5?
Yes.
Do we need to have Councillor Hutton leave the room?
Oh yes, that's me.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Kingston.
I will move the motion as written.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, Councillor.
I don't wish to speak to it. We've discussed this a couple of times.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I'll just say as a North Ward councillor, I'm supportive of initiatives that are likely to increase foot traffic and commercial viability of hospitality venues in our CBD. I'm therefore supportive of the recommendation before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. This has been a long time coming. Look forward to businesses in the city taking up the opportunity to have al fresco facilities. And it's been a good outcome all round. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Vinciolo.
I'd like to echo the sentiment around the table. I think this is a really positive step for the city. It's going to just elevate it to another level and just put us in a position to be competitive, especially in the hospitality space. So I'm excited by this.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Kingston, do you wish to close?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. Please invite Councillor Hutton back. And 13.1.6, I suspect he might have. We'll get the motion moved. I'll just
I'll move it as written.
13.1.6 moved as written. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded, Councillor Chester. Councillor Kingston.
I believe there's a number of amendments to the motion which I support, so I'll leave it here and wait for those to come.
Thank you. Councillor Chester.
Yes, I do have a question, Mr Mayor. I believe at the briefing session there was a question asked whether the city staff had intended to engage with the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions. Could I have a comment, please, from the Director, whether that actually occurred? Thank you.
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, we were in touch with the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions. They provided initial feedback saying that they'd be supportive of including department-managed land within Yellowgonga Region Park as part of the cat prohibited areas. If Council agree to progress the draft Animals Local Law this evening, we would report on that and the potential that provides for the city when we bring it back for Council's consideration of the outcomes of consultation.
A further question. And who will enforce any requirements in those areas within the regional park? Thank you.
Councillor. Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. At this stage, the advice received from DBCA is they wanted to clarify that they would provide that support on the understanding that DBCA officers can't assist the city with enforcement of those areas, but they would support the city via a letter of support to enforce on the department-managed land.
Further comments? Councillor Pizzey.
Just a comment on the full local law proposal. I have concerns over the poultry and keeping of chickens. This seems very restrictive. No poultry would be able to approach within 9 metres of any dwelling. This would disable the majority of Joondalup residents from keeping poultry in their yards. There are many benefits to having poultry. They give us food, they reduce waste, especially the household waste that goes into bins, which into the future will be important. And that's my concern with putting this out to community consultation when I don't agree with that. Also, that if we're going to start restricting the movement of cats, then I believe we should be subsidising cat runs for Joondalup residents who have already registered their cats. So I think that's something that we should be considering. Not that I disagree with restricting the cats to those natural areas, but if we're going to do this, then we should be subsidising cat runs for our local residents.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the amendment raised at the briefing session, please.
So your one, which is the 12 poultry?
Yep.
Yep. So moved. I have a seconder for that. Seconded Councillor Kingston. Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Simple one, just to bring it back to 12, which is what we had before. The laws, we proposed to reduce it to 6. I take into account the feedback received as part of this process, and that was, in my mind, overwhelmingly back to supporting it back to that it remained at 12. We'll look at where during that committee meeting raised a question what drove the change from 12 to 6, and there wasn't any clear response other than it is a number supported by some other local governments. So, but there didn't seem to be any scientific rationale to deliver that number. So if we've got restrictions which set out space requirements, then I don't see a need to reduce from 12 to 6. Suggested going back to 12. Noted previously when Council had considered a notice of motion on this back in 2016. I thank the Director for circulating that. Refer to part of the report from which came back to Council in November 2016, and parts of the report referred to the benefits of allowing poultry to be kept on residential land, including providing education for children, promoting interaction within communities, providing fresh food sources in the home, and connecting people to the environment, food and animals. And another key part of that, the number of poultry being kept on residential land has not been identified as the cause for any issues in regard to amenity. So in my mind, I don't see any justification to reduce from 12 to 6. In fact, I see there's benefits of keeping it at 12, and in particular, given the recent price hikes in eggs and what a valuable source of food and nourishment they are, I think encouraging more is a better way to go. So I would ask you support that it be kept at 12. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston.
Only briefly to add, yes, I support the change from 6 to 12, and as Councillor Rafter said, is that when we initially dealt with this, it just didn't seem quite clear how 12 became a number. That 6 became a number. It just seemed to be based on the judgments that other people had made, where they could have different constraints and a different type of locality. So I'm happy with moving it back to 12, especially given the metre constraints there are for the chook sheds themselves, and then the distance from fences and things like that. I think it can be managed responsibly, and as Councillor Raftis referenced earlier, it hasn't previously been a matter that has impacted amenity. Of course, this is just to go out for consultation, and we'll see what the public thinks, whether they're fine with 6 or 12. So I think we should just put out for 12 and see what everyone says, given that the response from the last consultation round on this local law was that it should be changed back to 12. So I'd encourage everyone to support this.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to keep up to date with all these amendments, and I'm just looking, I think I'm looking at the right officers' comments here, but I'm trying to see whether the officers are supportive or not supportive of this, and I just see some discussion about the topic without clarity on whether the officers support or do not support the change to 12. Can I just seek some clarity on that, please?
Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. From recollection, the change, well, historically, the local law had allowed up to 12 poultry on site. The change to 6, from my recollection, came via a notice of motion some years ago. But having said that, if elected members are of a view they'd like to advertise the number of poultry at 12, the city doesn't have a concern with that.
Thanks for clarifying that point. And just to clarify another point on the discussion, there was a comment from Councillor Pizzielli about potentially the city subsidising cat runs. I just want to make absolutely sure, given it's a long night, it's late, I want to make sure that we're not actually voting to to approve any funding to be spent on that. I assume that's something that could possibly come in down the track, but not being voted on tonight. Can I just see clarity on that? Thank you.
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, that's right. If the city was going to provide some sort of subsidy or incentive for people installing cat runs, it would be separate to the local law, and so we're not asking council to consider that this evening, but certainly it is something we could consider down the track. I would suggest probably after the local law goes through, so we have an understanding of what the obligations are on cat owners, and then we can provide some information to council around incentive and budget requirements for that.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Raftis, do you wish to close? Further comments on chickens? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I just want to say that I support the amendment. You know, as Councillor Raftis actually did point out that, you know, they are a valuable source of food, and I think more chicken nuggets is better.
Thank you. Councillor Raftis.
Thank you. Just ask you to support it. The reference to previously item on this, the response to the notice of motion was that it should be dealt with as part of a law consideration, which we're doing. However, there was nothing in there to support that there would be a requirement to reduce the numbers. So there was no report done on the response to go from 12 to 6. So I think we need to keep it at 12 and go with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Put the amendment and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the amendment is carried. Unanimously, we've returned to debate on the primary motion. Any further discussion? Councillor Kingston, do you wish to close?
Yes, I will briefly. Just thank you for everyone supporting the amendment to increase the number of poultry. I will respond to the comments about the cat runs. I don't think in response to this local law that there should be subsidies for cat runs. Given that the cat prohibited areas are going to be just really high priority natural areas, to have a subsidy across the city for cat runs, I just don't think that's right when it's actually quite a, you know, that there aren't actually that many areas which are going to be then prohibited from cats roaming. So I don't think there should then be a general subsidy for cat runs as a result of this. And then the other clause, which is clause 4.3, which deals with, which is the other element about cats, that section was really about trying to then deal with nuisance of cats as well. So I don't think if you have cats that are causing nuisance for neighbours and or out there and they're killing wildlife in high priority natural areas, that really should be the grounds for a subsidy for cat runs. I think we should try and make a distinction between responsible cat owners and ones that are not so responsible. I don't think that there should be subsidies for people that are letting cats engage in behaviours that are problematic. So it just doesn't seem right. If you're the cause of a problem, why should you then receive a subsidy? That doesn't quite sit right with me, but I'm open to the idea if it's considered a different time. But I don't think in response to the specific textual elements of this local law, it should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and that motion is carried. Next we have attendance events council policy review. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. I'll move it as written.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Raftis. Councillor Kingston.
I don't wish to speak to this one.
Councillor Raftis. No further comments. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and that item is carried. 13.1.8, electronic attendance at council and committee meetings. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. I'll move it as written.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Hutton. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Of course, the bulk of the policy I don't really see too many issues with. The element which I will be dissenting on is I do not support the committee's change at 1.2, so I'm going to request that that's voted on separately. I don't think we should be allowing international attendance to council meetings. I don't think that's right. That's a personal view.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep it brief. There was some significant discussion around 1.2 at the committee meeting. I think the nature of the discussion is the previous wording allowed you to join a meeting from, I think it said Australian states and territories, and then the question was raised, would that apply to overseas territories? There was examples thought of, such as New Zealand, that might be, as relevant, or you might be in Europe or the UK. The reason we landed on the wording that's currently there is effectively the CEO at the committee meeting had raised concern around cybersecurity risks. Has been the main reason why you couldn't join into the meetings from overseas. However, it was noted that there were certain circumstances where it might be suitable, but this would have to be checked with on a case-by-case basis. And obviously the suitability might be to do with, being part of the Five Eyes or an international sort of cybersecurity network. Now, again, the question would be, why would someone potentially have to join a meeting from overseas? I think this is intended as being kind of a last case scenario. But as a city, I think we aspire to attract the highest possible calibre of individuals to represent our community on council. Unfortunately, if we are going to do that, we must accept that sometimes the demands of individuals' jobs require them to travel overseas from time to time. And therefore, the question is, should they be able to fulfil their role? I guess the position of the committee was that in certain instances where the cybersecurity risk isn't a threat and where that individual has a private environment where they can attend the meeting, that they should be able to do so. And what difference should it be if someone's in the top end of Queensland or in New Zealand to phone into a meeting? It might be more practical depending on the exact circumstances. So this just puts the discretion at the basis of the CEO. It's not intention for this to happen all the time, but it might happen on occasion, and it must be looked at on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Hamilton-Prime.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I just wanted to concur with Councillor Hutton's commentary. I think you only look as far as our City of Joondalup business cards, a global city with global residents. And I do concur Councillor Hutton's comments around it's about the exception rather than the rule. We're not saying that you can be a councillor and be located in a different country. What we're saying is if there is a meeting that it needs to be attended to, obviously we're not saying the whole year's meetings, but obviously at the discretion of the CEO, that we should not take or de-democratise a councillor's right to attend and vote at council meetings. Obviously, this is not an unfettered thing. It's not about, a councillor, calling in, dialing in from, overseas all the time. It's about the exception rather than the rule. I think, we do have very globally connected residents, and those are globally connected jobs and industries, and we need to recognise and move with the times, and modern times are about global connectivity as well, and so we should also have that discretion where there is an exception rather than rule to allow for that if required.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Given that 1.2 is slightly different from originally, can I just check if we have an officer's comment specific to point 1.2? I've been looking at the report item and I just couldn't identify it. Thank you.
Director Parry?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's difficult for me to respond given I wasn't in attendance at this particular meeting, but I do understand the concerns of elected members in relation to the amendment, and I think from my perspective, if it was on a case-by-case basis, then approval of the CEO should be sought with regard to that approval, and acknowledging Councillor Hamilton-Prime's comments as well.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just seeking an amendment on 1.2 actually to remove from locations, so remove requires approval from the CEO to is prohibited. Effectively making it are prohibited to attend internationally.
I understand. I couldn't take that as an amendment because it changes the intent.
Is there something we could do to tighten up the approval process? Okay.
Further comments? Councillor Kingston, Councillor Pizzey, sorry.
Just a quick comment to say that I agree with Councillor Hamilton Prime and Councillor Hutton's thoughts on this process, that it is the exception, not the rule, and will be up to the approval of the CEO. We should be allowing people to do their elected role if they are overseas, and I think that AI is a risk and security risk, cyber risk anywhere you are. I don't think it changes much if you are international.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you. Through you, I just thought I'd share a bit of an example to validate the intent behind this. Obviously, I'm very fortunate to have married a lovely Canadian lady, and there is a situation that may arise in the future where I may need to go to North America to deal with a family emergency, and it would be great that I wouldn't miss out on an attendance to any critical meeting just because I'm supporting my wife overseas during a possible emergency. So on that basis, and using that as a case study example, I'm supportive of 1.2. And again, it seems to be that the intent is it's only for like breaking emergency glass situations. And for that reason, I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston, do you wish to close?
Yes, please. I will respond first to, let's say, Councillor O'Neill's question, is that by voting against 1.2, it reverts to the previous wording, which says, due to increased cybersecurity risk, overseas communication networks attendance from international locations will not be approved. So just voting against 1.2 takes it back to what it was, which is it's not approved. I don't think it should be approved for international locations, notwithstanding the comments from Councillor Vinciulo. I just think people should just take leaves of absence, and we should just acknowledge that somebody's not here. I think people should make it a priority to try and come to decision-making forums, so come to council meetings, come to committee meetings. And I think, and again, responding now to Councillor Pizzey, yes, there actually is a big difference between international networks that are domestic and international. It's very common for international hotels to be significantly increased cybersecurity risks. So not just international hotels, but overseas communications generally, especially if you're a government decision maker, it's quite easy for you to be a target for those types of attacks. So yes, there is definitely an increased risk. As far as just generally, it said this is the exception and not the rule. The policy does not say that. The policy says it's at the discretion of the presiding person, so the mayor. It doesn't actually say anywhere this is the exception and not the rule that people will not be approved from international locations. So maybe a customary practice will develop that it won't be commonly approved, but we actually just don't know because that's not what the policy says. So, but generally, no, I think people should make a priority to be at council meetings. There is a big difference between people being in a room and people attending digitally. I think it's not a small difference, and I think the residents also expect to see us at council meetings and see us present, and for us to be available, preferably before council meetings if possible, to speak to them in the gallery or beforehand. So it is a very different dynamic for somebody attending internationally. And again, if it was the mayor going overseas for some purpose, that's why we have a deputy mayor. It's why for committees we have deputies. And once again, I think if you're elected to a position on a council to make decisions, you should try and prioritise being there. And I think there's nothing wrong in if somebody has a personal emergency for them have to take leave and not be there. So I just don't think it's necessary, and I don't agree with it. So I just ask if we can vote 1.2 separately. Thank you.
Thank you. I will put that motion. I'll put first of all 1, and then I'll put 1.1, and then I'll put 1.2. So I'll put part 1 first, and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried. Now I'll put 1.1 and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried. And now I'll put 1.2 and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and 1.2 is also carried. Next item of business is the review of the Purchasing Council policy. I will go to Councillor Kingston, but people will recall I sought a procedural motion in briefing to refer it back. Normally I wait to move a procedural motion, but noting the late hour, I will go to move a seconder and then test the procedural motion early because we still have other business to get through, and if that doesn't pass, we'll deal with it then. Councillor Kingston.
I'll move the committee's recommendation as written.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Vinciulo. Thank you. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Yes, I understand, of course, notwithstanding the motion to refer back, the legal advice that we've received and the commentary from the administration. I'm actually very thankful from the administration for providing the commentary. It's provided some context around how the policy operates in practice and the different sections of the regulation and how those relate to the operation of the policy. And that has been an interesting exercise. So as far as 1.2, which is the primary paragraph, which is contentious, I would just like to say that I don't think there's anything wrong with, or that should be criticised for trying to increase oversight in a way to make sure that the city's money and funds is being spent responsibly, given that we receive this money from levying it from the public. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think this shows why we have a committee process and a policy committee, so that we can raise concerns. Questions were asked about the policy on the night, and of course, obviously, obviously not all the concerns were able to be ventilated. And of course, some things require more consideration than what could be done in a policy meeting. So it's good that there's been some more context which has been brought to our attention. And so, yeah, it's good that there's been some more context that's been brought to our attention, but I don't think we should criticise the attempt to try and increase oversight. And as I said, this is why we've got a committee process. So if there is something problematic between the committee meeting and the council meeting, we can say, maybe we haven't necessarily got this finely tuned or correct, and we can then refer it back, get it correct, and then represent. So, and I think the officer's commentary, which we've received by email, does go some way of trying to say, for these provisions of the functions and general regulations, that, for these particular regulations, that which ones we can look at trying to then tighten up on, which ones we can have changes on. So I think it's something we can continue to look at. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
Reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. As flagged, I intend to move the procedural motion. I flagged a briefing. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded, Councillor Hamilton Prime. Thank you. As mover, just speak to it very quickly. This isn't intended in any way to criticise the process. It's just to move it back to committee. As I flagged at briefing, there's still more to explore here. I just encourage people to support the procedural motion. It's simply to refer it back and it can be explored further. Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried. We now come to 13.2.1, Pop-Up Piazza, Project Philosophy, Parameters and Project Costs. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move the recommendation as printed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I'm happy. Councillor Hutton. Councillor Hutton seconded. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. This recommendation was supported by the Major Projects and Finance Committee, and I do not intend to speak on it this evening. I do understand that an elected member wishes to move an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'd like to move an amendment by adding in a clause 2, which states approves the estimated cost of $75,000 for consultancy work in preparing the business case.
Thank you. Do I have, seconded Councillor Vinciulo. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation does not include any reference to the $75,000 costs or the consultancy engagement. In fact, no mention of the preferred business case development option being option 3 or its funding requirements appears in the recommendation for endorsement. I believe that this presents a significant gap in transparency. If the council is to endorse a set of parameters that will ultimately result in public expenditure, those financial implications should be clearly stated within the recommendation and not contained in an explanatory text within the body of the report or on a separate attachment. For these reasons, I believe that it's both appropriate and necessary to include the estimated costs for the consultancy work to support the business case for option 3 in the recommendation for approval by council. And this information should be available so that council can make an informed and accountable decision regarding the future of this project. I believe that relevant expenditure should be included in the recommendation and similar reports presented to council. If, for argument, an approval of a tender, it also includes that amount. And I'd also like to see the budget item where it's going to be, where the cost is going to be allocated in future reports. I believe this is a principle of financial transparency and should apply to all our reports in future. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you. Through you. Yeah, with this particular one in the Piazza, obviously there's a lot to go through, and there was a lot of robust conversation, and obviously the city's going through a process, but I concur with Councillor Fishwick, and it's just an extra layer of governance pertaining to the estimated costs, and hence why I'm supporting him on that.
Thank you. Further comments on the amendment? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just to comment that I'm supportive of this. It's not a biggie, and it's good to have the additional item too. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments on the amendment? Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a quick question. Is this $75,000 funded from the Performing Arts Reserve?
Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. No, it's not.
Councillor. Further comments? Councillor Fishwick, do you wish to close? I'll put the amendment and ask you all to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and the amendment is carried. Now forms the part of the primary motion. Do we have any more comments on the motion? The committee report. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to close?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. That is all of the items that were withdrawn from the agenda other than the confidential items. So I'll be seeking a mover for an exception resolution that pursuant to clause 4.83 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law, Council adopts the following items being 12.1, 12.3. Oh no, there we go. Well done. Thank you. Do I have a mover for that motion? Moved Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Vinciulo. Put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. Thank you. The next item of business is urgent business, of which there is none. Motions of which previous notice has been given, of which there is none. That therefore brings us to the time at which we close the meeting to members of the public. Thank you. I'm not going to, given the late hour, read the entire motion, which is on the screens before you. It's essentially to close the meeting so that we can consider the status of legal actions report, which I won't be present for, the status update of a project Axiom and the review of project Axiom, and it is the list of officers who are allowed to remain with us for the legal action reports, followed by a much shorter list of officers, being only the CEO, Manager of Governance, Manager of Audit and Risk, and the General Counsel for the 2 Project Axiom reports. So moved as a procedural motion. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Deputy Mayor. By a show of hands, those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. also move that Council resumes the operation of Clause 4.3 of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Local Law 2013 Order of Business. Moved, seconded, Councillor Hamilton Prime. By show of hands, those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Kylie, is the recording up and running? Oh dear. Kylie, I'll get you to pull the motions as passed up on the screen for me, because I do need to read them out. At least they're not long ones. So for item 12.5, the Council noted the status of legal action report for matters that may have a contingent liability and are unresolved for the month of April. For the next confidential item, being 13.2.4, the Council noted the confidential status for Project Axiom, and for the next item being 13.3.1, the Council noted the findings of an independent review of the city project to implement an enterprise business program. Next item of business on the agenda is announcements of notices of motion for the next meeting. Are there any notices of motion for the next meeting? Councillor Kingston?
I'll have a couple, so I'll try and circulate them as early as possible. And just to clarify, we did put 14.1 in the, this is the report from the CEO. That was in the
exception
en bloc?
resolution,
Yep.
yes. Yeah, no, that was in the en bloc. Further notices of motion? I do have one that I will be bringing to the next meeting, which is the nomination of Freeman of the City in accordance with the policy, which I've discussed with most of you. I still need to discuss with a few of you ahead of next month. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, not fully confirmed yet, but I might be bringing a notice of motion in regards to community consultation via Australia Post. There's been some issues with recent consultations, and I'd like it to be looked into.
Yep. Thank you. That being all, that concludes tonight's meeting, and I hereby close the meeting at 11 p.m. Thank you all.